Okay, so we're cooked as a society, man. We're just cooked. I don't think people recognize the gravity and the impact of the Charlie Kirk killing. Now, I'm gonna say killing for the rest of the show, but we're in like really uncharted territory. And the reason why we're in uncharted territory this morning with the Charlie Kirk slaying is that people get outraged when you try to quantify, qualify, and categorize violence. Charlie Kirk was a political activist. Depending on who you ask and what perception you're talking about, what viewpoint you're talking about, Charlie Kirk was arguably one of the 5 most important Republicans in the country. And the problem is J.D. Vance isn't one of the top 5 Republicans in the country. There's a great article in Politico today that I'll end up showing, but it really brings to light a really, really important perspective. Charlie Kirk, for the last 9-ish years, has really been responsible for keeping the scaffolding up around the Republican Party. And I don't think people give him anywhere near enough credit for that. And this article, this Politico article was actually really spot on. Charlie Kirk was keeping the Republican Party relevant to the young people. Now, I don't blame the left. I don't blame the liberals. I don't blame the Democrats for Charlie Kirk being dead. I also don't blame the Republicans, the NRA, the rifle manufacturer. I blame the government because we have a chicken shit pussification of the American justice system. I laugh when people start talking about, we don't want Middle Eastern law, we don't want Sharia law, we don't want... Fuck, man, I don't agree with all of it, but have you read some of it? Do you know why they don't have repeat offenders in some countries? Because there is no opportunity to be a repeat offender. You get a DUI in some countries, they drop you off out in the middle of the fucking desert, and they don't let you back in the car. You walk to civilization. If you die, you fucking die. As it is now, we've got that fucking guy who's been arrested 14 previous times, stabs an individual on a train, and everybody is calling for all the judges. Well, judges can only execute the law as written. If you... Well, he should have been convicted. Unfortunately, that's not how the fucking game is played. All the people talking about today where Charlie Kirk would be alive today if there was better gun control. No, the fuck he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. Because even in countries with the most restrictive gun laws, you can still get hunting rifles. We've got all these people in the aftermath. I was out right after the show. I went out and I couldn't really enjoy my meal because I was worried about Charlie Kirk, and because I happen to like his speaking style. I don't agree with everything he said. I never agreed with everything he said. He's a young father. He has a daughter and a son. All he ever wanted to do was make people articulate their points. And because of that, he was killed. Now, we don't know the shooter's true motivations yet. They have who they believe is the suspect in custody. Just before the show, I saw that comments had been made that the suspect was in custody. His family turned him in. He'd be alive if people didn't agree with others' point of views, didn't shoot people, but instead lived their lives and preach their own points of view. Right. And this is where I did a short form piece of content this morning that's relevant. And the relevant part is this. And this is where we're missing the narrative. The narrative has gone completely out. I'm gonna let myself cook here for a second. Something has gone completely wrong with our world and how people act. And let's just take a look at this so we can break it down.
I'm vegan and you're giving me chicken. It's got huge, look at that.
But that's not a vegan dish. I'm just wondering why you ordered it. If you come in and don't let any of the staff know that you are a vegan.
Nobody asked me. I think you need to, work in a different industry if you think that this is okay.
Should the staff have checked if she was vegan?
No, the staff shouldn't check that you're vegan. The staff doesn't need to ask that question. You are the one who is vegan. You are the one with the restricted diet. Now, if you went to a vegan restaurant and got served chicken, that would be an appropriate response. If the dish on the menu was marked as a vegan dish and that happened, appropriate response. If the dish was marked could be made vegan, or you spoke up and said, can I do this dish without animal products? Then you could be upset. You're upset nobody asked you? Why would anybody ask you? I really wish that Patton Oswalt had said this statement exactly. What he actually said was, you have to respect everyone's belief, which I think is incorrect. I think you have to acknowledge everyone's beliefs and then reserve the right to go, and that's ridiculous. That woman, that server that was dealing with that woman, that server should have said, you are being ridiculous. And I think more and more people have to accept, if you get told you're being ridiculous, you're the problem. People in my family have food allergies. When we go to restaurants, we let them know about the food allergies. It's not a preference, but I don't consider vegan just a preference. It's how you want to eat. There are times that members of my family try to order something in the restaurants. So the key part to that is, sorry, I was dealing with a dumbass. We have decided as a society that we're not going to call out bad behavior. Too many people develop pseudo relationships with whoever, celebrities, game developers, OnlyFans girls, whatever they are. People develop pseudo relationships and then they think everything they do is acceptable in relation to that pseudo relationship. Well, here's the thing. It's not. If you go into a restaurant and you order food and you don't make any sort of conversation with the server and they bring you a fucking chicken salad, guess what? You're paying for that shit. It's just like the people who go in and they order something and then they realize that they placed their order wrong and they want the coffee shop to replace it. You made this with regular milk. Yeah, because that's what you ordered. Well, I wanted it with oat milk. Well, that's fine. It'll be $4.25. I'll make you a new one. You're going to charge me for it? Yeah, because I sold you what you ordered. I'm not going to eat the cost. I can't take the oatmeal out, or I can't take the regular milk out of that and give you oat milk. But like, this is where we've gotten, and it's a massive problem because in business, having worked in retail and having worked in business, you were always told to give the customer anything they want. I never did that shit. And guess what? I didn't do it then, and I was still successful. I don't do it now. Look, you don't like somebody's viewpoint. That's fine. Don't like their viewpoint. It's like the chicken shit that I had to deal with about 3 years ago. You gonna fucking threaten my family? You gonna threaten my fucking kid? Because you don't like my viewpoint? I hope you like the inside of an 8x6 cell. And when your fucking parole hearing comes up, guess who'll be there? Making sure you don't get out early. And then while I have to drive my fucking ass all the way out there, I'll just ask to speak to a couple of random fucking people. Be like, hey man, who's the biggest guy with the nastiest attitude that hasn't had any visitors for a while? Yeah, I want to do an outreach visit. I'll just talk to him. Maybe some money ends up on his fucking commissary card. I'm sure you can fill in the rest of the fucking blanks. We are just cooked as a fucking society. Charlie Kirk had some out there fucking, and this is why I say, Charlie Kirk, I agreed with 80% of what he did, 50% of what he said. I love the idea that he was out there going to college campuses. I love the fact that he was out there giving people an opportunity to talk. I don't love his video editing team that deliberately edits clips to make the other side look dumb. If your argument is strong, your video editor should have been making the other side look as strong as possible. When you deliberately edit somebody to make them look dumb, it's like you're kicking a Girl Scout down a flight of stairs. You could have beaten her. You didn't have to hit the Girl Scout with the steel chair. You could have gotten the pinfall clean. Like the Jamie Lannister, it wouldn't have been clean. Don't have your video editor stab the person in the leg, just beat them clean. And then more people will respect you. People are clipping together now that Charlie Kirk deserved to be shot because of his comment about some deaths are okay if we have a Second Amendment. But now we have all these people again, and I hate people. I hate people because they're illiterate. I hate people because they don't ask questions. People don't understand. I believe the court case was in 2008. I believe the true landmark court case about individual gun rights was in 2008. And this is where the Supreme Court kind of failed us. I believe it was the District of Columbia versus Heller, which interpreted the Second Amendment as protecting an individual right to gun ownership independent of military service. I don't think people understand. Well, I know people don't understand because they don't understand. We had an entire form of government under a document called the Articles of Confederation. So radically different than the Constitution that I often make the argument that the government under the Articles of Confederation was a completely different government because it was a completely different style, because your governing constitution was Articles of Confederacy. A confederation is a lot different than a singular nation. Under the Articles of Confederation, each state was more its own country. And that's why when we moved from the Articles of Confederation to the federal nature of the Constitution, the Second Amendment was drafted in such a way because all the states were giving up their sovereignty as basically little itty bitty tiny nations to be part of a larger government that had authority. Remember, under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government, there wasn't even a federal government. The United States government didn't have the ability to tax. And I think that's a big one that people don't recognize. That's why it was always going to be doomed to failure. It didn't have the ability to tax. It only had the ability to ask for money. Now, if it can only ask for money, that means the states have to decide how much they're willing to tax their citizenry to give to the federal government. But it drives me up the wall all day, every day, that we have to cover this piece of it. That is half that. If the founding fathers knew what the Supreme Court would rule in 2008, they would not have made the Second Amendment as short as they did. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed in so long as they remain a member of the militia in good standing. I have zero doubt in my mind that they would have included, because remember back at the time, every able-bodied man was expected to serve in the militia. It was kind of like everybody was expected to pay their taxes. But now we say gun ownership is allowed. Well, what happens when you have a gun and you don't like what somebody says? Well, now people have to be afraid. I don't know if you heard this. Ben Shapiro has basically said to, and I don't know who he's screaming at, but Ben Shapiro has basically said, fuck you. I'm still doing my college campus visits. Well, I like the energy. I like the confidence, but I don't think it was a good idea, because now you're basically challenging people to come and try to kill you. Ben Shapiro just announced he's taking his debates back to college campuses. To those who would try to intimidate or seek to stop us, I have two words: fuck you. It's still up to us. I saw a lot of rumors online today. I was made aware of this by my team that I had canceled some sort of college tour. That's bullshit. I saw those rumors. They are false. I will be coming to college campuses, many of them this year. So will we all, I am sure, because we're Americans and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that blood-stained microphone where Charlie left it. And to those who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion, who believe that they have ownership over public spaces and can violently threaten and kill people who speak freely, we're not going to stop. And I have two words: fuck you. We will not stop telling the truth. We will never stop telling the truth. We will never stop debating and discussing. We will never stop standing up for what America is and what she should be. We will never let Charlie Kirk's voice die. Were there other people shot in the U.S.? Yes, every fucking day, man. Every fucking day there's people shot in the U.S. There were 2 Democratic Congress people killed in Minnesota. Yeah, lots of them. Lots of them. 2 Minnesota Congress people, or a congressperson and their spouse, were killed in their home. Another one was the target of violence. It's all fucked up shit. We're living in a fucked up world. I told my friend about the militia stuff the other day because he went to school for servicing and manufacturing with firearms. He agreed it's ridiculous that cities and towns don't enforce that for gun owners. I think we would have had a much better society if we continued to have militias. Radicalized 16-year-old Colorado student fired revolver down there and wounded 2 teens. A 16-year-old who had been radicalized by an unspecified extremist network fired a revolver multiple times during an attack at a suburban Denver high school. Some students ran and others locked down during the Wednesday shooting at Evergreen High School in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. The school resource officer, who was on medical leave, and 2 part-time officers who now share the job were not present. The officer working at the school that day had been sent to a nearby accident. Okay. This is the greatest example of this phenomenon. Putting a school resource officer in a school and then pulling them out during the school day to go do any other police work is like start having sex wearing a condom and then pull it off halfway through and finish and wonder why you got an STD or why she got pregnant. You knew what the fuck you were supposed to do. You knew the assignment. Did the assigner of the assignment understand the assignment? He's been radicalized by some extremist network. Could we shut the fuck up about this ridiculous? He's been radicalized by some extreme network? What the fuck does that even mean? If you don't know what extreme, if you can't speak in depth about what extremist network they've been radicalized under, then shut the fuck up. But we're in a situation where you can't even get the fucking news in this country anymore. That's so easy to find out as well. Call the ISP and ask for his history. Well, no, they can't. It's not easy. We have this thing called warrants. You can't just call the ISP. The police can't just call the ISP. They can call the ISP, and most ISPs aren't going to give up that information because the ISP is going to be like, we will be more than happy to give you that information when you have a properly secured warrant. Because as soon as ISPs start giving out all your fucking internet search history, well, yeah, let me go to the bank and ask them for someone's bank records. Banks will literally tell the police, we would love to cooperate, but we're going to need paperwork. We're going to need a warrant. We're going to need a subpoena. Do I think we'll see revenge killings for Charlie Kirk? Absolutely. Absolutely. The problem is, who does the left have that's on par? Yeah, but you say, yeah, sure, then get a warrant. But do you understand you have to have a reason to get a warrant? That's the problem, that people that don't understand the legal system. When you go into the judge and you're like, we need a warrant for his ISP history, the judge is going to say, why? Well, because we need to know how he got radicalized. Why? Goes to motive. When you can articulate the motive, I will give you a warrant. Until then, you don't have probable cause to get a warrant. You can't say, we think he was radicalized, therefore give us the warrant so we can see what he was reading to see if he was radicalized. It doesn't work that way. Bernie's not Charlie Kirk's counterpoint on the left. Nowhere near. Why do you think gun violence such as this is not as common in other parts of the world? There are some countries that has gun violence due to criminal networks, but I'm not sure if any other country in the world than the US where it's common for seemingly normal people to go out and shoot people. The problem is they're not seemingly normal people. See, from splitting my time between America and Europe, Europe still, except in like the major cities, Europe is still very much, I know my neighbor. Hey, we haven't seen Jalan come in for a while. Oh, you didn't hear he broke his leg. He broke his leg. How'd that happen? Oh, a girl on a bike lost control of the bike. She ran into him. Oh, is he feeling okay? I don't know. Hey, give us a pint to go. We're going to walk it up to Jalan's. And fucking throw in some soup and bread. You still do that shit in Europe. You still have friends that you go check on. America has become a very introverted, leave me the fuck alone society when I'm in my house. It's like rude to stop by somebody's house in America. It's rude. We don't do that anymore. You don't just stop by. If you're not expected, then you're not invited. We're very like leave me alone people. In Europe, if you had a weird guy move into your town and he started getting all his shit delivered, and let's say the baker, the butcher, the market, everybody delivered, and he started getting everything delivered, everybody would be talking about that. Like, that's weird. In America, that's Tuesday. We don't know our neighbors. Shit, man. Like I said, I get 95% of everything delivered via Amazon. I don't go out. I don't, like, if I can't do it myself, then I go have it done. But beyond that, you also have grandmas in every corner. They're better than the FBI. In some countries, yes. It was like that teacher, the teacher who was shot in the chest. 3 different times during the day, the assistant principal was told that a kid might have a gun. The assistant principal did nothing. And then the teacher ended up getting shot. The teacher tried to sue the school district, was told can't sue the school district. So now the teacher has to sue the specific assistant principal. Well, if you could sue the school district, there's a couple of million in the bank you might be able to get. But if you have to sue the vice principal, what are you gonna get? Nothing. If they don't have anything to give you, yeah, they have a house and a car. Well, very rarely will the courts seize necessary life assets. You have a 401k, they'll put a freeze on that. They'll dock your pay. But then what happens when you get you lose the case? You're going to lose the job. Because the school board's going to say, "Oh, your judgment is flawed." So now you can't get a job that supports even you. And so how are you gonna pay your penalty back to the person that you got shot? What I want to know is this. How the fuck do we have all this video footage of a guy being up on a roof? Yeah, maybe they go after the liberal New York mayor candidate. You might see that guy. I have no knowledge, FBI, DEA. I have no knowledge of him being attacked, but he would make from a counter political, counter terrorist, counter tit for tat viewpoint. Yeah, he's probably a good candidate to get killed. And that sucks, because if we can't have political discourse in this country, we might as well pack this shit up, because the entire premise of democracy or a constitutional republic or a democratic republic is that we've agreed not to be violent in exchange for political debate. But I mean, we have this now. Did the president have a stroke? Did the president have a mini stroke? That is definitely the facial drooping of a stroke. And I'll be honest, I do not want to live in a country where JD Vance is the fucking president. No, it's not a bad photo. It could be Bell's palsy. It absolutely could, and I am very familiar with Bell's palsy, but it's very unlikely, very, very, very unlikely Bell's palsy. It's very unlikely. You absolutely can have your first onset of Bell's palsy at any point in your life. But for you to get into your late 70s and never before, very unlikely. Not saying it's impossible. Right, he was fine on Fox this morning, but that's why they think, no, it could be Bell's palsy. It absolutely could be. No, let me stop you. It absolutely motherfuck could be Bell's palsy. I'm gonna stop you right there. You're fucking wrong, so move on. Know your physiology, bud. I do know my physiology. Watch this, dumb fuck. I do know my physiology. Number one, I happen to have a degree in biomedical technology, so I've studied anatomy and physiology at length. Number two, my child has Bell's palsy. What's your fucking subject matter expertise on it? Not to mention the guy two above you has the fucking condition. So is there anything else that you'd like to regale us with a tale with your fucking qualifications? I'm an MD. No, you're not. You absolutely are not. And even if you are an MD, you're not an MD. Let me stop you there. Even if you are you an MD that specializes in facial nerves in the Bell's palsy condition? Or is Bell's palsy in that list of things that you get one hour lecture in all of medical school because it's not a thing that occurs a lot? Are you a neurologist? Are you a facial reconstruction specialist? What the fuck is your specialty in being an MD? Shit, ChatGPT, don't fail me now. What are the answers to Jalon's questions? Oh, shit. ChatGPT sees up on you? Google not working? Oh, fuck. Next. I don't have time for dumb fucks like that. I literally said it could be. It's not likely, but it could be. I didn't diagnose him with it. I said it's not likely, but it could be. And I got an MD over here saying, know your physiology. This is what's wrong with our society. What's wrong with our society is if he was an MD, he wouldn't have said it can't be. He would say exactly what I said. It's probably not. A stroke is more likely. Period. A doctor is never going to say, a real doctor is never going to say it's not something until they've excluded it. It's more likely a stroke, and it's more likely a mini stroke. At the same time, we're living in a world where we have to accept what the president's doctors say. And that's okay too. His doctors are saying that the bruises on his hands are due to too many handshakes and aspirin use. Now, is there something to be said about having geriatric men serving as our president? Yes. There absolutely is. It's very possible it's a mini stroke. Trump is on a lot of stress. Imagine your ace in the hole to carry the torch in 2032 is now gone. What do I think about left terror? You're gonna have to define left terror because I don't know what that fucking term is. Because it's not a defined term. By the way, for anybody that wants to say, how do I know it's not Bell's palsy? That's the definition of Bell's palsy. It's also got no exact cause. Herpes simplex virus, HSV, trauma, diabetes, pregnancy, and Lyme disease. So, it absolutely could be Bell's palsy. And by the way, oh, holy shit, imagine that. I was digging stuff up out of memory. Bell's palsy is more common in people between the ages of 15 and 60. It's generally not something you're going to get as a late 70-year-old. And if I remember correctly, once you have it, it can cycle around. They terrorist kill us for our thoughts and our goal to believe in God and family. Well, okay, let me help you out, because you said these two things. You said, what do I think about left terror? I asked you what left terror was, and you said they terrorist kill us for our thoughts and our goal to believe in God and family. So it's not left terror, because there's Christians on the left and the right. There's Muslims on the left and the right. There's Jews on the left and the right. So how is it left terror? Why do you want to be part of the problem and not be part of the solution? The shooter that shot President Trump last year was a fucking Republican. He had changed his political party. Does that automatically make it right on right terror? Does it make it right on right crime? Republican on Republican crime? We need to stop making everybody the enemy. Because I want to remind you, the left and the right is simply a matter of what you think about certain issues. And as I bring up all the time with people, what party am I in if I am here, here, and here, but I'm here, here, and here? I'm here, and I'm here. Does that make me a Democrat or a Republican? Does it make me a liberal or conservative? When you try to break people down to their when you try to break people down to anything more, right? No, actually, I think it makes you a part of my party, because I'm the common sense party. Makes you a midliner, a centrist. What it does is it makes you a person who doesn't believe in rhetoric or ideology. And that's what people don't want. 15 years ago, I would have been called a snowflake. Now, with the same point of views, I'd be called a right-wing Nazi. Republicans want lower taxes. Democrats want to tax the rich. Well, what's the real answer? I want to stop wasting money. Do I think the constant labeling of individuals are helping or just driving people apart? It absolutely drives people apart. Because the problem with our political system is we run a confrontational political system. If you really want to completely tone down the rhetoric in this country, I propose a simple constitutional amendment that changes. Oh, cool. I appreciate that. I propose a simple constitutional amendment that changes completely how the U.S. works, and it automatically will create, in the next 3 presidential elections, a third party. Watch this. It's so simple. Constitutional amendment says the person who gets the plurality of electoral votes becomes the president. The plurality means they don't need 270 anymore. They just need the most. The second amount that person becomes Speaker of the House. And the person that gets the third amount of votes becomes VP. We no longer run the president and the vice president as a combo package. It's no longer a combo meal. This right here, within 12 years, would give us a Democratic Party, a Republican Party, and a true, I'm going to say third, I don't want to say independent, which give us a true third party. Back to pre-Jefferson. But you'll notice I made the person who gets the second number of votes the Speaker of the House. Because nowhere in the Constitution does it say the Speaker of the House has to be elected from the body. So this way, one person is running for president. One person is running for president. One person is running for president. But the second most accumulated votes is going to be the person that controls the legislative agenda. You also make it, and I chose Speaker of the House as second for a reason. If you were to kill the president, the vice president jumps the Speaker of the House. That means we get rid of this left versus right violence agenda, because if a Republican wins the presidency and a Democrat wins the Speaker of the House, in my new system, the Democrats can kill as many presidents as they want. They never get the presidency because the vice president jumps, and then you have to nominate and get through a new vice president. Doesn't it come down to whoever can raise the most money? No, because I've changed it from being a majority to being a plurality, which means if Ross Perot back in 1992, when Ross Perot ran as the Reform Party, Ross Perot would have been the vice president, which would have automatically given legitimacy to the Reform Party, because now you have the vice president. Well, the vice president would be working in contrast to the president. How? The vice president is there to work as part of the executive branch. Now, the president can't be an asshole to the vice president because during the election, they have to run on issues, not throwing barbs at each other. If you ever notice, all my haters come in here. My haters can never come in here with points to attack me. The haters come in here with points to just try to make fun of me. I don't fucking, if they're stupid right off the bat, I'm a doctor. No, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not. You're not a doctor, because any doctor knows that what I just rolled through is spot on. So you just ban. If you don't have something to stand on, I'm just going to ban you. You're not going to call me bud. You're not going to say know my physiology, because I know my physiology. Ban. But if you come in here with an actual discussion point, we can talk. I don't have to agree with you. There's a lot of people in this room that I don't agree with on every issue. They agree with me on some. Yeah, okay, homie. What up, bro? Like, I disagree with people all the time, but they bring the receipts. What do you think about this? I don't believe that. Here's a link. Oh shit, let's go look at it. I'm one person. I can't scour the internet for every single thing. With the exception of a few people, most people are trying to put in place what they think is right. I don't know. I disagree with you on that. I don't think most people are trying to do what they think is right. I think Donald Trump is trying to do what is right for him. And if you say, well, Donald Trump is trying to do what's best for the country, why? By pissing off Hyundai? And Hyundai was here building a plant, and now Hyundai is second guessing how much of that $150 billion investment in the US they actually want to follow through on. Because you arrested and fucking criminalized 350 of their citizens, and their society is radically different than ours. Now, as far as this idea, you can never get rid of self-interest. That is true. But you can find somebody whose self-interest is a statesman. I don't personally care. It's like I say to people, yeah, you find interests that align, or you find a person with the right interests. I grew up hungry, and now I'm satisfied. I can stop making content tomorrow. I can stop doing this tomorrow. I have other shit I can go do. It's like that one particular individual at a company that wanted to put my name in his mouth. Dude, I don't give a fuck. I'll burn your shit to the ground. You're not smart enough to come at me. You want to fucking fight? I got a lot of more. I'm Mr. T from Rocky. I got a lot of mo. I was more than happy to do other shit. You want me to come back and fucking pick a fight with you? I'll do that. Or you can give me a fucking apology and I'll go on my way. But there's gonna be an apology. Period. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking Nero, man. I'll fucking fiddle while the fucking Colosseum burns. I don't give a shit. That's why I'm the most dangerous type of person. Because I don't care. I would rather build than destroy. But if you take away all my building blocks and you leave me nothing but a can full of gas and a handful of matches, then you're telling me what you want me to do. I want this country to be great, but I want this country to be smart. Guy tells me I'm cherry picking data. If I use the last 2 years worth of data to prove my point, I cannot by definition be cherry picking the data because I used the last 2. I don't know what your fucking point is. If you like the guy said, hundreds of thousands of people are dying to fentanyl overdoses. No, they're not. Because you said hundreds of thousands of people are dying in the street. I think 40,000 people died last year due to fentanyl overdoses. I'm not going to play a game with people where you don't know what words mean. I'm sorry, I refuse. This number, as much as you might want this number to be hundreds of thousands, this number right here is still only 100,000. If you're seriously talking about 199,999, then you don't say hundreds of thousands. You say nearly 200,000, almost 200,000. But if you only have 199,999 records on your desk, it is incorrect to say hundreds of thousands. You can say tens of thousands, but there's these breaks in numbers. Until you're over 200,000, you are better off using an exact figure. And the same thing between 1 million and 2 million, you can't say millions because you need 2 million or more to be millions. So that's when you use the right verbiage. Over 1.5 million. Good. Nearly 2 million. Not as good because nearly is what? Nearly headless Nick? How can you be nearly headless? More than 1.5 million, but not quite 2 million. Well, that's a 500,000 range. Obviously, you have to have empirical data. Give me the number. Trump is an exception. I'm talking about your average Joe. Most average people that I've met are good, trying to be good people, regardless of political alignment. Yes. I don't think people wake up in the morning and say, how can I be a fucktard today? Yeah, to take the gaming one, I one-shot him. You took him from 100 to 0 in one ability? Well, no. Well, then you didn't fucking one-shot him. You one-comboed him. You didn't one-shot him. Too many people screwed me over once I was no longer a benefit to them. Yeah. My experience dictates good people are only good as long as it's when their interest to be. And that's fine because your experiences have made you jaded. You admit that you're hyper cynical. I just sent an article that I'm working on to my uncle. And I said, hey, you're the most cynical person I know. If he's offended by that, get bent, man, because you are the most cynical person I know. If you're not proud of that distinction, stop being cynical. You can't hear being jaded without hearing a certain song. Yeah. I agree, but I come first. I can't focus on my pets, a child, family, friends, or community until I'm good. That is also true. And that is where people... I'm going to put yours up because you encapsulate the flaw with society. The flaw with society is this. Me, family, community, region, state, country. I can't give a shit about this here if I don't have enough food to put on my table today. If you've ever heard the Marine Corps back in A Few Good Men, unit, corps, God, country. First I take care of the unit, then I take care of the Marine Corps. Protect God, protect country. They break it down. I used to yell. I used to strongly chastise commanders when I was a contingency officer. Even though they outranked me, I was an extension of the higher headquarters. And they would say, I saw commanders do this all the time, and it pissed me off. It absolutely drove me up the wall. So you have Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, and the commander of the unit would say, we're yellow, we're yellow, we're yellow. And I hated that shit because then you're generating ass loads of extra paperwork for me because every 4 days I have to ping your people. They have to give me a report. I have to send that report back up. And I finally said, I'm fucking tired of this. I am fucking tired of doing business this way. So what I said was this. We are going to change how the fuck we report. So what we're going to do is, if you're yellow across the board, then we're going to take 3 and we're going to make 3 red. Because we're going to fucking cannibalize out of 3 whatever parts we need, because we're going to make units 1 and 2 green. So when we report back up, we're going to say we're green, green, red. Because now, instead of me sending up bullshit yellow paperwork every 4 days, every week I go to a meeting at the higher headquarters and I say, hey, I still need this many people, this much money, this much equipment, this much funding, this many TDY days, so I can fix the problem. The commanders were worried about their reputation, so they wanted everything to be yellow, because yellow is we let the problem naturally fix itself. Fuck that. I'm going to say we're green, green, red. Now I can go and say, and guess what happened? Guess what fucking happened when you actually do it the way you're supposed to do it? Very quickly, they became green, green, green. Because everybody else is playing this stupid let's not tell the truth game. Because we don't want to look bad. Fuck looking bad. Fuck it. Speaking of Karen-esque behavior, when I was a teen, I was a lifeguard. It was always the parents that couldn't handle a teen telling them they were breaking a posted rule. Finally understand the whole humble like a child statement. Yeah. You know, I hate seeing shit where a kid has to tell an adult what to do. And, then the people are like, I don't have to listen to a kid. Well, then you can fucking leave the premises. Now, I have seen this meme several times, but let me tell you, this meme is fucking stupid. This meme is a stupid meme because it shows the lack of understanding of people on economics. No more billionaires. After you reach 999 million, every red cent goes to school and healthcare. You get a trophy that says, I won capitalism, and we name a dog park after you. Great. Do you believe that instead of Elon Musk being a 400 billionaire, by capping his wealth at 999 million, we would suddenly now have 400 individuals, each with $1 billion. No. What people do not understand about the economic model is that putting a cap on the top, when you're dealing with fiat currency, absolutely does not in any way, shape, or form generate any more money down. No more billionaires. There are things we take for granted that cost more than that. Yeah. What's the incentive to keep building his industries? And where do we find people to replace that part that isn't there now? Right. Exactly. Factories that cost $5 billion. Stadiums that cost $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 billion. Now, will they get tax breaks? That's a different fucking story. See, I understand why people don't want there to be billionaires. Because I understand all the way back to voodoo economics under Reagan. Trickle-down economics is working. It just doesn't work the way you think it's supposed to. If you capped my wealth, say you capped my wealth. Let's say we capped, in fact, something has gone complete. I have another video. I have a video on this because this person took it a step even further. This guy goes even further. There is no ethical reason someone needs more than 7 million. You could survive on savings interest alone. Okay. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. The problem, if I am only capped at $7 million, why would I ever risk my $7 million? And here's the piece that, and I said it in a video and people still don't get it. I build the factory. It employs 100 people. 100 people come in and they sell 40 hours a week of their life, right? So I am essentially buying 4,000 hours of labor. And let's say I buy that labor at $25 an hour. Let's say I really, really, really want to be a good guy. So I pay everybody $1,000 a week. Now, I'm out $100,000 plus all the payroll shit I have to pay. So I'm actually out, depending on the state, I'm out closer to $125,000 that week. That's that other piece that people seem to forget, but it doesn't matter. I also have to buy the materials. I also have to pay the operation cost. I also have to pay the shipping costs for whatever we make, right? Whatever widget we make. I got to take that widget to a point of sale, and I have to make all of the money back, plus all of the money for all of the people that don't actually make anything. The secretary, the janitor, the night watchman, the Barbara in payroll who pays your ass. So I might be buying 4,000 hours of labor that turns into something, and I might have another 1,000 hours of support labor. I have to make back all that money. And if I can't make back all that money, then what happens is I don't open the factory. And now the 100 people who were coming here to sell their labor don't have anywhere to sell their labor. That is the problem with capitalism. The follow-up question is, well, they could afford to pay us more. You're right. They could. But if they paid you more, you would have the year 2020. You'd have the year 2020 and you'd get paid more and the accordion would open and life is good. And then over the series of 5 years, the accordion presses down again, and now you're worse off in 2025 than you were in 2020. Why? Because we raised all the fucking wages. Out of curiosity, do you think there should be a new high tier to the tax bracket? No. I do. Here, ready? I absolutely do not believe that we should be charging any more in taxes. Here is the platform for the Enough is Enough party. Stop wasting money. Balance the budget. Then talk about raising taxes. When I was poor, I liked the idea of being a liberal Democrat because I wanted to be taken care of. But since there wasn't an easy way to be taken care of, I said, you know what? Fuck this. I'll just go make wealth because it's capitalism, baby. I can go make more money. So when I made money, I said, fuck this. I'm going to become a conservative Republican. Now, I want everybody to know that I'm not a Republican anymore. I'm a conservative member of the Enough is Enough party. But I'm still a conservative. Unless we're talking about a particular topic. Then I'll let you know. And I love Carlos Mencia's joke. And since he steals all his jokes, I steal all his. When you ask me if I'm a conservative or a liberal, what are we talking about? Are we talking about 19-year-old girls? Okay. Which ones? Because if you're talking about my 19-year-old daughter, I am a staunch fucking conservative. I am tea parties, escorted chaperone dates, long sweaters, long dresses, bright lights, lemonade tea, and home by 9. Are we talking about your 19-year-old daughter? Because if we're talking about your 19-year-old daughter, I'm talking about dark, loud, hot, sweaty, nasty, dirty, nightclubs, strip clubs, porn shacks. But again, not my kid, just your kid. And I love that joke because it lets you know that on any given topic, somebody can be a conservative or a liberal. I don't think we need to tax more people. Personally, politicians should be paid a sustainable wage. It should be livable but not make you rich. I got bad news for you. Politicians are paid a sustainable wage. Politicians are paid a wage that allows them to maintain 2 residents because they have to maintain a residence back home and they have to maintain a residence back in DC. A lot of people are like, why are our politicians paid so much? Well, do you want them to travel back and forth and see you or not? Do you want to have access to them? Then they need budgets. Personally, I've seen insane figures, 6 figures monthly for some. No, let me stop you. That's not true. That's, at least in America, that's not true. We don't pay our politicians. Yeah, Belgium, I can't talk on Belgium. In America, we pay our politicians, but they make all their fucking money on the side. That's the problem. I don't think people would care about how fucking crooked politicians were if politicians remembered they're supposed to be making sure that the people at the bottom have enough to fucking eat. I don't want to tax people anymore, not even billionaires, because right now, base their pay on how well their district is doing. Why? They have no control over anything other than their vote. And not to pick on you specifically, but you threw out a solution, but you didn't tell me the problem. Do you think the politician that represents East St. Louis, Illinois, deserves less money than the politician that represents Naperville, Illinois? Well, the politician that represents East St. Louis is 1 vote. They can't, and I think people need to remember it is not the role of your federal representative to be bringing back jobs. That was never supposed to be how it worked. But we've turned it into that. We've turned it into your politician comes up to you and says, vote for me, I have a cupcake. Vote for me, I'll get... No, they're not supposed to try to bring you jobs. That's not their job. That's not their role. That is the role of your state governor. That is the role of your state senate. That is the role of your state House of Representatives. That is the role of your mayor. That is the role of your city council. We've got people that don't even know their fucking civil rights in this country. We've got people that have never been taught. We have people on videos I make, they comment that it's the liberal left that's responsible for why schools are so fucked up. But then they want to blame Reagan for trying to close down the Department of Education less than a year after it was opened. Well, who the fuck are you blaming then? If you're just gonna run around with a fucking hose and spray everybody and say they're all to blame, well, you don't even know who you're blaming. Reduce their salary, make a political hotel type place, consolidate security costs. No, they should have a secured campus for all of the politicians. You should know, and in my opinion, every single politician's schedule should be public. The only time they should be allowed to have a private time is if they're taking care of something for family or kids. And at that, they should know there literally should be fucking surprise audits. If your time is blocked to be private family time, then they should have just like we do in the military, just like we do with random red shirt penetration drills. Somebody should walk up to a politician and be like, hey, I was wondering if I could talk to you about next week's vote. And if that politician says anything, excuse me, I'm currently in blocked family time, I would love to talk to you, but due to federal law, Jalan 117, I can't talk business if I'm blocked on political time. And then that person goes back and writes a report. Yes, on September 12th at 12:08 Eastern time, while the senator was at a school function, I approached him and attempted to talk to him about politics, and he rebuked me. And then put it in the fucking file, man. I don't think Congress right now should be allowed to be doing any other business because we don't have a budget. Well, they're going to pass another continuing resolution, which isn't a fucking budget. Why are we $2 trillion over in expenditures? Because we don't have a budget. We drill into kids all the time how kids are supposed to, well, we don't anymore. Let me back that. No, we don't have a budget. We're not going to get a budget. We're going to get another continuing resolution because everybody in this country is fucking chicken shit. Appreciate that. Let this fucking country shut down. Let the country shut down. Let it until you have a balanced budget, but you're never going to get a balanced budget. Yeah, there is a deadline on the thing. What has happened in the last 3 continuing resolutions? It'll be a midnight thing because the Democrats will vote for whatever the Republicans put forward because the Democrats can't have the narrative say it's the Democrats' fault. Remember, the Republicans have the majority of the votes. If the Democrats don't vote with it, the Republicans can spin it on the Democrats. And the Democrats need to win in next year's election. That's how fucking cooked we are. Literally, the Republicans can force the Democrats to vote. The Republicans can basically keep the proverbial gun to their head. And if they don't vote a certain way, then the Republicans can spin it that helps them in the next political season. That's why we need to get off of 2-year elections for the House of Representatives. We have got to change the election interval for the House of Representatives to at least 4 years. The House of Representatives should only be rotating at the 4-year mark because the representatives are always in election season. You get 9 months of work out of those assholes before they're right back in election season. It needs, unless a parliamentarian decides that they're attempting to bypass something that required a 2/3 majority, then it only needs a majority. It only needs a simple majority. There are some things that got, like, if you, and this is where I don't envy parliamentarians. If something was funded in a bill that was a 2/3 bill, you can't unfund it on a simple majority vote. And that's why the parliamentarian, I think on the last budget thing, they were all set to go, and then the parliamentarian was like, yeah, you can't, because you can't vote it this way. There's also some mandatory fund things that can't be unfunded. Yeah, that there is some and I know in the last one there was some problem with that. Like, here's where I say we're fucking cooked, right? And I understand that anecdotal evidence is anecdotal evidence, but anecdotal evidence is what starts. Yeah, so people were voting a certain way because of fear of losing funding in a future vote. It's some bullshit like that. But what does it matter? When we're 2 trillion over anyway, fucking a trillion here, fuck it. Just, they cut healthcare insurance for 15% or they cut healthcare insurance for millions of people. I have a friend who's one of those millions of people. My friend got the letter that says, unless something changes between now and the end of the year, and the end of the year, by the way, is in not December. The end of the year is in 18 days, because that's the end of the fiscal year. This individual will lose their health care on December 31st. If it's not funded back in this continuing resolution, the soonest they would get their health care back would be January 1st, 2027. Because once you unfund it, it gets funded back in the next fiscal year. It gets executed in the January before. How the fuck do we just take away healthcare for millions of Americans? Maybe Congress members sit for 15 or so years and people don't like them. There's an option to vote them out. No, 15 years is too long. I'm sorry, 15 years is too long. If you're gonna have a presidential election anyway, then you might as well have, well, no, whatever. The interval becomes, you shouldn't have any term of service shorter than the interval of the presidency. Because if you're gonna do a presidential election every 4 years, you're already running the election. Now, if we were to change the presidential election interval to 6 years, then I would be cool with moving the House of Representatives to 6 years, move the Senate to 12 years, and then that way these assholes aren't running for re-election all the time. They could actually get in there and make some changes. Now, should we have term limits? Again, I don't think we need to worry about term limits first. We need to worry about changing it so that we see what happens when the House of Representatives isn't fucking horse trading. But, like, these are the things that get people's attention, right? Gun ownership. The Republicans support gun ownership. The Democrats want strict gun control. And I want to keep guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. We have too many guns in this country. People that talk about government regulation, Republicans want less. The Republicans want more. I want to set up systems that actually function. I like solving problems. I like solving problems. Abortion. The Republicans are opposed to abortion. The Democrats support abortion. My political party belief is that the right to choose is important, so is access to alternatives in education. If you want to ban abortion, then I want to say you're arguing to ban all elective health care. And I think the Democrats have never had anybody that comes at them full bore. If you're telling me a woman doesn't have the right to choose what she does with her body, you are also telling me that transgenders don't have the right to undergo gender-affirming surgery. Because you cannot tell me one person has the right to make decisions about their autonomy or their anatomy through autonomy, and the other person doesn't. People will turn around and say, abortion is murder. Okay. If you're familiar with the idea of twins, and oftentimes one twin kills the other twin by absorbing all their cells. When the baby is born, are we charging the baby with murder? And if a fetus is a life, why is it if you murder a pregnant woman, you don't get charged with the double homicide? I am absolutely all for unpacking these arguments. But if my arguments make you uncomfortable, then the issue becomes you don't really want to talk about it. You just want to talk about your part. How do I feel about the Supreme Court and how they're placed? I understand their job, but should we allow presidents of either political party selecting them? No. And what I would like to see is I would like to see a change to the Supreme Court, and I would like to see changes to the Supreme Court that look something like this. And until we have a third political party, it works like this. I would like to see the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court be a elected position. I would like to see 4 chairs on the Supreme Court be Democrat. In fact, if I got my full way, I would get rid of 1 chair altogether on each side. But I would like to see 4 chairs on the Supreme Court be Democrat, 4 chairs be Republican. And if a Democrat is retiring, then only the Democrats in the House can propose a name, and only the Democrats in the Senate. You take their total number, you have to have a majority of the quorum, and they decide who goes on the Supreme Court. This packing of the Supreme Court by presidents is utter dog shit. It completely changes the entire point. If people don't want to agree to that, then what I would like to see is this. I would like to see these individuals over here on an election, these individuals over here on an election, but we'd have to stagger their dates. And then the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is elected every other presidential cycle. Who are the candidates for Chief Justice? Only those 4 people. That's why you have to have them on opposite cycles, because you got to be able to fill the vacancy. I think our Supreme Court being appointed for life is stupid. I think the fact that the MAGA right-wing Republican bullshit, I shouldn't say Republican, the MAGA camp losing their shit over Amy Barrett Cohen saying the president can't run for a 3rd term. That's it. He can't. There's no fucking discussion. Under the original Constitution, he could. An amendment to the Constitution is the Constitution. The Founding Fathers wrote the amendment process. It is not like lesser men of a later era decided we needed to amend the Constitution. The Founding Fathers knew that the Constitution would not serve forever because they had just gotten out of Articles of Confederation. They said, this is the process for amending the Constitution. There was nothing in the Constitution that said a president can't serve. But can we all just stop for a second and let's be real? Donald Trump is not going to win another election. Because Donald Trump is not going to be alive in 3 more years to run for another election. Donald Trump is on death's door. The man looks fucking terrible. You do not want to try to propose an amendment that allows Donald Trump to run a third time. Because even if you pump him full of drugs, the moment you say Donald Trump can run for a third term, Barack Obama can run for a third term, and he wins in a walk. I'm sorry. If people don't realize this, Barack Obama will win a face-off against Donald Trump for the exact same reason that Trump, as a Republican, won the plurality of the majority vote. Because Democrats voted for Trump because they were pissed off about what Harris did. Yeah, they're running Eric. They floated the idea of Eric running for president. Like, you're not even gonna run Junior? You're gonna run the dumb one? I don't think Trump would be able to pull his common debate tactics with Obama. You're right. You know why? Obama wouldn't debate him. Obama would have zero reason to engage in a debate with Trump. Why would he? I guarantee you, Obama versus Trump, Obama's up by 30 points. The moment that amendment hits the ground, I shit you not, if they pass that amendment, Obama would be like, oh, they passed it? Yeah, activate. He'd already have a camp. He'd already have he would, because I don't love every single thing Barack Obama did. He was my president at a time where my political affiliation was private, because I was a member of the military, and we're basically told keep your political affiliations to your fucking self. President Obama, when I look backwards, is one of 5 or 6 statements that we've had. Obama, Gingrich, McCain, Dole, Powell, I'm trying to think. Jesse Jackson is a statesman. I know a lot of people don't like him. Clinton became a little bit of a statesman after his presidency. But it's really hard for a former president to become a statesman. How did I feel about Gore? I thought Gore was a traditional Democratic meat puppet. No, Nixon wasn't a statesman. Nixon was a lesser version of Trump. Besides, you can't ever say, is somebody a statesman if you ignore a scandal. By virtue of having a scandal, they disqualify themselves from being a statesman. A lot of people would discount that Reagan is a statesman because they don't like his policies. Reagan was a statesman because he was a man who wasn't a politician, who became a politician for the good of the people. And that, because people are like, people have been told that it's Reagan's fault the economy is the way it is, and they've never done any research. The economy is the way it is because in 1973, we went off of a hard currency and we moved to a fiat currency. When you have a hard currency can have a little bit of fractional lending. A little bit. A little bit. A fiat currency allows for unchecked and unrealized fractional lending. And due to a flaw in the system, they're only supposed to be able to leverage 90-10. But they leverage 90-10 10 times. Because every piece of income they have is projected income on the books. So they're allowed to show that income, even though that income is a result of debt. And if we want, and unfortunately, just like I did 2 days ago, I did the boycott video. It doesn't matter what you want to change about American politics, and I'll say Western politics. It doesn't matter what you want to change about the Western world. The people on the bottom are the ones that have to get hurt first. Because to make an omelet, you have to crack eggs. It's that simple. If you want to change, if you want to boycott because you want to have change, hourly workers will be the first impacted. That is the only thing. People are proud and they're celebrating that they're hurting Target. Okay. You're hurting Target and you're proud of this. Why? Because they rolled back their DEI policies. So you're happy that a company has lost money and jobs have been lost because they got rid of what is tantamount to racist policies. You're happy your community is going to lose a pharmacy, a grocery store, jobs. And remember, when you lose a Target, you lose all the jobs at that Target. You lose all of the work related to that. Like if you have, for example, you have a Target right there. And the next to 99% of Targets are mini malls. Right? And then usually on the outer perimeter of where Targets are restaurants, and then usually like a tire shop or a service center. Well, you lose the Target. You all know what happens next. The premium stores in the mini mall close, and they get replaced with vape shops, weed dispensary, but not the real weed dispensaries, only the one that they can get away with. You get hair salons, nail joints. You get all fucking shit, second tier, third tier. And then the restaurants close. And then eventually the service center closes. If this was Sears, this would be Firestone. And people are celebrating that Target is down 40%. Why? Well, they rolled back their DEI policies. Oh, so you need a handout. I can't believe you said that. You're white. No, I'm Irish. You don't want to talk about DEI because you had white privilege. What the fuck white privilege did I have? I'm just a dirty potato eating Mick. You think I got a hand up? If you want to talk, let's talk. DEI is fucking racist. DEI is racism. Affirmative action is racism. It's racism twice. It's backwards racism and forward racism. You want to live in a world where everybody's equal? Then be fucking equals. I know everybody's got that pet story about like their family member. I went to my nephew's wedding. He is a doctor. He had his medical school class. Were his guests. As I was talking to him, my nephew suffers from a condition. It's called being white. My nephew nearly didn't get to go to medical school because he fucked up as an undergrad and didn't go to a feeder school. 4.0, tons of clinical hours, fucking radiology tech, couldn't get into medical school because he didn't go to a feeder school. This motherfucker had to go to the military. And he went to the military and he said, I will join the military if you send me to medical school. Here's my undergraduate. Here's my medical school admission tests. Here's all that. Medical college admission tests. When I was talking to his best man and his bridal party, all them, they're like, your nephew is the hardest worker I've ever seen. And I was like, don't tell me that shit. Don't tell me the pretty stuff. Tell his mom the pretty stuff. Tell his aunt the pretty stuff. Tell me the dirty, ugly fucking, give me the grime. Give me the fucking pig shit. I want to know the fucking dirty part. And every single person laughed. And they said, all of us would go out. And he never did. He was glued to his books. He is a young man who pipelined medical school, surgeon school, thoracic cardiac surgeon school, and I know how hard it is to go in the Air Force because I'm former Air Force medical. They almost never let you 1, 2, 3 because they spend 7 years training you, and they technically only get 3 years out of you because you're allowed to leave after 10 years. And by the time you get done with medical school and you start your commitment, residency, then you do your surgeon school and your surgical residency, and then you go to a specialized surgery school and you do that residency. It's 7 years or 8 years or 9 years. And then they're like, oh shit, we're going to get 1 year out of you. Racism, I don't care what flavor of racism is wrong. Racism is fucking wrong. It's wrong. Taking away medical benefits for poor people is wrong. Poor people scamming the government is wrong. You've got 7 kids, so you're getting like $2,500 a month in food stamps or WIC or EBT. Bullshit. Because the government doesn't give you anything, taxpayers give it to you. At some point, we as a country need to look at people and say, stop having kids. Well, we're in a population decline. Who fucking cares? We can decline the population a little bit. It's okay. Only 77% of the country of the working age people are working anyway. In America, we got 23% too many people. Fuck them. Not to be too cruel, but the guy that's been going donkey balls trying to say that you can blow up terrorists because they're smuggling fentanyl. Good, fuck them. You know who dies from fentanyl overdoses? Fucking drug addicts. If we really want to fucking peel back the polite, you're telling me that a fucking drug addict can go to the emergency room, a pharmacy, a church, if they have the sign up? A fucking drug addict can go somewhere and get Narcan for free, but a diabetic can't get fucking insulin for free? You're telling me we will give away Narcan to save fucking drug addicts? But you get billed $600 if you need an EpiPen? And we don't want to talk about that level because there's not an ism. Yeah, law enforcement dies when that addict needs saving. If Karthos was here, because he's a former EMT, fucking people, you know them by name. It's the 3rd time this week you've given them Narcan. They're ODing on the street. You know what? In my world, in my Thanos-inspired, Mr. J-inspired reality, fuck them. Yeah, I got a guy ODing on the street. Are you going to save him? Nope, 1079. 1079 is the 10 code for notify the coroner. Notify the coroner. I'm not saving him. If you think about it, look at the beginning of Cyberpunk 2077. Oh shit, she's got platinum fucking MedStar. Do you have MedStar? No. You're fucking dead. Look, I'm a former addict. I am a former addict, and I will say, as a former addict, there are more than enough fucking resources for you to get the care and treatment you need. NA, private facility. And I'll tell you, I have no shame in sharing that I'm a recovered addict. My doctor, to make sure that I don't slip, my primary care physician has plastered everywhere. No controlled substances, no benzodiazepines. When I go in for dental work, I need to take Valium before I have dental work done. I had bad experiences with the dentists. I've actually asked my dentist, and my dentist says, no, it has to be Valium. I said, I don't want to take benzodiazepines. Can I just take like a shit ton of weed? And they're like, no, because we have to be able to say when you come in, we have to put you under a protocol for being on 20 milligrams of Valium. And it was funny because the first time I asked the guy, I was like, yeah, I need 20 milligrams of Valium sent. And the guy was like, no, we send 2 milligrams of Valium. Son, if you send 2 milligrams of Valium, that's a fucking Pez for me, and I'm not coming in for the medical procedure. Call my doctor's office, they'll confirm. And so they're like, yeah. Now, for me, that's the one time I tell them, I call them 1 hour before. Are we on time? Because I'm about to pop my fucking Valium. And they're like, yes, we're on time. Or they've said to me, no, we're not on time. We're not on time. Wait 15 minutes. Okay. Hello there. There's no shame in having been one and being recovered. There is shame, in my humble opinion, when refusing help when it's offered. Yes. Do you like Three Sharks thing with Narcan? Yeah. Absolutely. Why is it back in the day we had the right idea? Does anybody remember what we used to do when you were drunk in public? Does anybody remember the term for the cell at the police station? Because there's a specific word for it. I want to see how old. Drunk tank. Drunk tank. No, we didn't beat them. It was just the drunk tank. In order to make sure we didn't have the problems we have now, you went to the station, you got thrown in the drunk tank. The drunk tank was a different holding cell than the criminals. Now we give you a fucking misdemeanor. Yeah, you send them there until they're fucking sober. Now, we treat public intoxication as a fucking... No, we don't do that anymore. Now we treat... If you get public intoxication, that's a misdemeanor. We charge you with a fucking criminal offense. We've lost the fucking narrative. We have lost the narrative. We have got to get the narrative back. Where I grew up, I grew up in a really weird kind of place. So there was a highway right there, and then there were 2 blocks, and then my town's main street was right there. So we had this weird grid of 4 blocks. Here was the high school baseball field, and then one of our main cut-throughs, and then my school was here, right? So we had this weird thing. Right here on the corner was a bar called the Homestead. Down here across the street was a bar called the Rusty Nail. All of the men from this 2x4 block grid either drank at the Homestead or drank at the Rusty Nail. Towns used to not give a shit that there was a corner bar. Now, everybody wants to fucking have a problem with a bar being put in a neighborhood. Okay, So there's no bar within walking distance of this subdivision. Well, there is, but it's quite a walk. It's a mile to the VFW hall. It's a mile and a half to the bar. And then people are like, well, why do the cops give DUIs? Well, why do you drive when you're drunk, you fucking dumbass? We've changed society to try to get rid of the vices, but we haven't taken the reason for the vices out of society. My daughter, I corrected her. There's only so much I can correct. My daughter came to talk to me before I started helping her. My daughter smelled like weed. In my state, it's not legal for a 19-year-old to be high. You got to be 21. Now, I've told my kids my whole life, it's like, look, be better than your dad. If you've never seen the scene from Lucifer, the end with Rory, you have to be better than him. You have to be better than me. You got to be better than me. My kids aren't, unfortunately. Different world, didn't know how to guide them. My daughter comes in, she smells like weed. And I said, you shouldn't smell like weed. And she's like, well, I don't do it often. You shouldn't smell like weed at all. I understand it helps. You shouldn't smell like weed at all because you just drove here. And I'll tell you, if a cop pulled you over, you, with your piss poor vision, aren't gonna pass a field sobriety test. Your car should not smell like weed because you don't have a medical marijuana card. My car doesn't smell like weed, and I do have a medical marijuana card. This is what people don't understand. For me, weed is a medicine, not a drug, not a recreational drug. My containers have a dispensary barcode on them. The cop can take that barcode, scan it, and get a report from the dispensary whether or not it was dispensed R, recreational, or M, medicinal. I am allowed by law to pull my car into a parking spot, smoke weed, and then drive. You are not unless you have a card. And I know what some people are going to argue with me, and I'm going to tell you, you're fucking wrong. No, you can't. If you don't have a medical marijuana card, you cannot blaze and then drive. Does your state let you have a CC permit along with that? I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. In theory, yes. In theory, no. In theory, depends on who you ask and what interpretation. So, yes, no, maybe, don't get caught by the wrong guy. Because there's not one clear-cut law. There's a lot of interpretations. It depends on who interprets it. Now, under federal law, not your state, and this is where I said it depends. Under federal law, you cannot have a concealed carry weapon permit and possess firearms if you have a medical marijuana card. Because under a medical marijuana card, a medical marijuana card is issued by the state. The federal government still has marijuana listed as a controlled item. The thing is that when you complete your ATF form 4473, it says unlawful controlled substance use. This is where I say we already have a lot of gun control. What we don't have is gun control regulation. In order to purchase a new firearm, you have to fill out a 4473. Where the problem is getting your license, right? Yeah. This is where I said it depends, right? What part of the stage are you in? And I'm not your lawyer, by the way. I have a lawyer. I'm not yours. On July 9th, the Public Act 9863, the Firearm Concealed Carry Act became the state law. The law requires an Illinois concealed carry license to conceal firearms. If you possess a medical marijuana license, are a caregiver to a license, and or otherwise use cannabis, your FOID card or CCL will not be revoked, nor will your application be denied. Medical marijuana licenses are state issued and cannot result in the denial of any right or privilege. However, under federal law, you are subject to the restrictions that prohibit you from acquiring or possessing firearms and firearms ammunition. Those restrictions are pursuant to the Gun Control Act of 1968, 18 U.S.C. 922, right? And remain in effect until the revocation or the relinquishment of your medical marijuana card or until 1 year after you last used cannabis, whichever is later. Now, I also want to point this one out. Need to send a senior training certificate because your instructor had his license revoked. Here, you'll notice Illinois has its own card. Illinois says your card can't be revoked because we passed a law that says marijuana use is legal. A lot of states, and I've got a couple of guys in the community that are all about this. There are some states where weed is decriminalized. It being decriminalized is different than it being legal. We passed it by a law. It's legal. So you have a FOID card. You have a FOID card. And you have a gun. And you have a concealed carry permit. And you had all that shit before you got your medical marijuana card. You didn't lie on your federal application. And you're good, as far as the state's concerned, until you have to fill out a form that has to go to the ATF. So you want to buy a new gun, you have to tell the truth on it. But you already own a gun, you're covered. You need to buy more ammo. Well, in Illinois, I know this recently changed with their new Supreme Court ruling. In Illinois, you have to FOID card to buy ammo. And when you buy ammo, you got to sign that. Like, people don't realize what you're signing. You're signing a federal card. But if you have plenty of ammo, that's why I said, there's yes, there's no, there's maybe, depends on who you're asking, where you're asking, why you're asking. If you get your medical marijuana card and then you try to buy a gun, you can't. Well, you can, but if you lie, you're federally fucked. My state, it's illegal all around, and that's why I'm on probation. But I only used it home before bed. And see, that's where we run into a really shitty situation. We're worried about fucking policing marijuana. But we don't worry about kids having access to vapes, cigarettes, and booze. We're worried about the impacts of marijuana on the brain. But we don't talk about kids who have zero problem getting access to alcohol. I understand why kids drink. I'm not condoning it. I understand why kids drink. Because it fucking helps. Kids drink because they're stressed. That are we shocked? Are we shocked that kids drink? Like, they do it because it looks cool. No, some do. Some do it because it looks cool. Some do it to fit in. Some do it for a lot of reasons. I know a guy, he started smoking because it helped. He was stressed. He had anxiety. Most do it for social anxiety. Yeah. Some people do it because of peer pressure. Like, I went to a party in high school. Everybody was drinking. I dropped off a birthday present. I left. I wasn't about to fucking lose my license. Because if you're at the time, back in the late 90s, if you're at a party and people are drinking, you're gonna get wrapped up in it. I fucking left. I'm not, fuck man. And then people are making fun of me. They're like, you didn't stay because people were drinking. I was like, yeah, I don't want to be around fucking alcohol. I don't need to be. But I get why you're doing it. You're trying to fit in. We make it taboo and then we wonder why kids want to be part of it. We make something off, and we've picked such an arbitrary number too. 21. Why? Is there any reason? No, just we thought it'd be a good number. We thought 21 would be a good number. Let's see. This is the shit I talk about with schools, and we can't have indoctrinations in school.
This is one of the most logical things I've ever heard a judge in court actually say.
We're not dealing with first graders who are engaged in discussions in the marketplace of ideas. First graders are supposed to be learning to tie their shoes. They're supposed to be learning.
Then you don't give a Black Lives Matter course to a first grader. Maybe you teach tying shoes.
That's the correct answer. That is 100% the correct answer. Like, this little girl got suspended because she wrote All Lives Matter. She got in trouble for that because she wrote it during the Black Lives Matter portion of her first grade class. And if you're going to say, hey, we're going to talk to first graders about this, but if they say anything about it, they're going to get in trouble because they're not engaged in the marketplace of ideas. They're just first graders. Yeah, that means that you want them to just shut up and listen and not have any opinions of their own because they're only in first grade. Well, if they're only in first grade, why the fuck are you teaching them this?
Yep. See, I've had people message me and tell me I'm an asshole when I talk about how I engage with my local school district. And I say, I'm sorry that your parents failed you or you're failing your kid. Ain't nothing bullshit happen at my kid's school district that doesn't involve me going up there and putting a little boot to ass. Because I walk in and most of them know me now. They don't try to do that. Well, what you have to understand about education, because I'll tell the story for the people that are new. I walked into a room with one of my daughters, and around the table, there were 5 people around the table. I was here, and at first they had like one of those little like kiddie fucking chairs. I didn't tell that on the other part of the story. I walked over, I took this chair, I brought it over here, I rolled a nice chair over here, and then I sat down. Cause fuck that. You ain't all sitting in nice roller chairs putting him on one of them fucking kiddie chairs. Go suck a dick. That ain't happening. And around the table were her 4 core teachers: reading, English, science, math. And down here was an assistant principal. And I went in and they start telling me a bunch of shit. And the math teacher right here, defending Common Core math to me, said, what you have to understand about the school district, or what you have to understand about education is, and I put my hand up, where did you get your master's degree? I don't have one. Science teacher, I don't have one. English teacher, I don't have one. Reading teacher, I don't have one. Looked down the thing at the assistant principal. I said, where'd you get your master's degree and what was your thesis in? Oh, I don't have my master's yet. I'm in school. I said, then what all of you need to understand about education is, and the math teacher's like, well, you're just a parent. I'm a parent who has a master's degree in education, funny enough. So, you know what? Let's just skip this conversation. And I looked at the assistant principal. I said, let's go find your boss. And I just stood up and fucking start walking to the office. As on my way to the office, the assistant principal is like, well, what we can do and what, I said, no, I'll talk to your boss. When we got in there, the whole way there, I'm getting more and more pissed because I got this little fucking sparrow yapping in my ear. Well, just come back and we'll sit down. Nope. Y'all wanted to tell me that I'm just a parent and I don't understand education. So when we got to the principal's office, I said, hey, we need to elevate the meeting that I'm having with the vice principal or the assistant principal needs to include the principal now. The principal is literally in his office, not doing fuck all. Now, I'm not going to say I know what the principal had just gotten done doing, was about to go do, but the principal, if the principal is sitting there not in a meeting, the principal can come out and say that to me. I can't meet with you right now, but can we put it on the books? No problem. The principal hears this, is looking out the door, and I said, can you please call over to the superintendent's office and let him know it's Mr. Jalan, and I'm walking over. And as I started walking out, it must have taken the assistant principal a little bit of time to brief the principal, because I walked in, the superintendent met me at the door, shook my hand and said, would you like a coffee? I said a coffee would be great. And when we went in, we started talking, and then in runs the principal. That's what's wrong with the fucking American school system right now. A bunch of fucking indoctrinating shitbirds don't like to be challenged, and they think they can talk to a parent. You're just a parent. I am just a parent. You know who can sit on school boards? Just a fucking parent. Teachers generally cannot sit on the school board, even if they have a child in the district. There are usually rules against sitting in two levels. You can either be, it's like you can't work for the executive branch and the legislative branch at the same time. And this shit had to do with teaching kids Common Core math, but punishing them if they used old school math. You ain't gonna punish my fucking kid because my kid is using old school, it works math. I've done this with a math teacher, they didn't like it. Wrote 10 math problems up on the board, both sides. Same problem. Go. Walk to the back of the classroom, fix a coffee, sit down. The teacher's on like the fourth problem. Because if you're not aware of this with Common Core math, right? 9 times 6. They're doing shit like this where they have to draw these 9 columns. The fuck you need to draw 9 columns for? What the fuck? Well, we need to teach the kids to visualize math. Then teach the kids that 9 times 6 is 9 groups of 6. So it's 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9. And the reason why we teach you multiplication is we teach you to memorize this grid of facts so that you can computate, now, what is it, up to 9 by 9? We're going to give you these 81 exchanges. You remember, if you're old like me, by the time you were like 7 years old, and I'm not even joking, by the time you were 7 years old, you could make every possible combination of change for $1, any transaction up to $5, any combination up to $10. By the time you were like 7 years old, you knew how to make change for every combination. By the time you were a high schooler, you could make change for 100. Now we live in a fucking world where when the point of sale terminal throws a conniption fit, you have to wait for a manager to arrive, and the manager arrives with a calculator. It's like your total bill is $948. So you give them $11.50. And they look, sir, I can't. You can't give me $11.50. Oh, okay. Or $10.50, because you want the dollar back, not $11.50. Can't give them $10.50. If you try to give them $10.50, they'll say, I can't take that. I have to give you the 52 cents back. because they've been quick changed. I can't take more money. Are you fucking for real? This is why nobody uses cash. You know why nobody teaches cash? Here's your tinfoil hat conspiracy. You know why they stopped teaching cash in school? So that everyone will use a fucking credit card. You know why? The credit card companies want you to use a credit card because credit card companies don't want you to carry a balance. Credit card companies make money because the stores pay them 1.2 to 3% of the transaction just for swiping your plastic. And you're not allowed by law to give people a discount if they pay with cash. It's discrimination. Discrimination against who? You only use your debit card. Never, ever, ever the fuck, ever, ever, ever use your debit card. You should never be using your debit card for purchases. It is the worst of the three options. If your debit card gets compromised, all of your transactions have to be resolved one by one, and you're out that money until the bank resolves them. If your credit card gets stolen, you report your credit card stolen. That's it. You're not liable for the transactions. Obviously, if cash gets stolen, you're fucked. But you should never unless you have a dump account for your debit. And what a dump account is this. This is your main account, and your paycheck comes into there. And then you should have two dump accounts if you want to use your debit card. This is what pays for bills. This is what your debit card is tied to. You have to manually move the money to pay your bills. You have to manually move the money to put it on your debit card. But what this means is nobody can ever reach into your main pool of money and take money out. Like a car dealership that takes out an extra payment, even though you paid off the loan, and then you're waiting weeks for them to refund you because they have a company policy that all refunds will be done 10 days later. Fuck you. No, it won't. You owe me 10 days interest then. Why do you think they hold on to your money? Because they want to keep your pool of money for 10 extra business days because that gets them at least one weekend. Fuck them. I visited France a few years ago, and using the euro is so annoying. They should make €1 bills. You ended up with 1 kilogram of coins. Well, why didn't you fucking spend them as you had them?
This is one of the most...
This is Jimmy Carr. You guys... Oh, do I not have the Jimmy Carr thing? Oh, I do have the Jimmy Carr thing. My opinion is that comedians are the modern philosophers.
How much freedom should you give a kid? As much as they can cope with, right? 14-year-olds used to be babysitters. They now need babysitters. That's not good, right? So you should allow them more freedom in the real world, because otherwise, the only place they get freedom is online. How much freedom should you
give a kid? As much as the kid can handle. Yeah, I talked about Charlie earlier in the show. When I was 14, I don't think I had any rules when my parents were going to be gone. I don't think I had any. Like, I mean, obviously I had rules. Like, my parents used to bowl every other Saturday night. So when I was 14, I had to be home before they left for bowling. And I could have up to 3 people in the house, but they had to be gone by 10. They had to be out the house by 10. And I thought it was kind of funny and odd at first, and then I pieced it together. The older sibling of one of the people that would hang out with me would come along at about 9:55 and collect their sibling. Even though there was no reason to, because could get home. Didn't pick him up any other day except every other Saturday that my parents were bowling. Well, what I realized was Jackie was there to make sure I didn't have other people there. But I wouldn't have had the fucking audacity, the balls, the spine, nothing to defy my parents. Because I knew what the alternative was. If I didn't abide by the fucking party line, then every other Saturday, my ass would have been sitting in a bowling alley fucking reading a book while they bowled. And I sure as fuck didn't want that. Most kids were good kids even though we were left at home. Right. Most kids were good kids. Most were good kids. And the ones that were bad kids didn't have bad parents. They had absent parents. One of the parents of one of my daughter's friends got all pissed at me. I found out my daughter was spending the night there one night, and my daughter called me and asked me to pick her up. And when I got there, it was early. It was like 6:30 in the morning, and the mom's car was gone. And there was only a mom. There was no dad in the picture. So I said to my daughter, I said, "Oh, where's Mrs. So-and-so?" "Oh, she leaves for work at like 2 in the morning." Excuse the fuck out of you? What the fuck did you just say to me? "Oh yeah, she leaves at like 2 in the morning." It's against the law in my state to leave kids below the age of 14 home alone. It wasn't when I was a kid. It is now. So I said to my daughter, I said, "Well, that's the end of you spending the night over there. Because I'm not going to get in trouble as a fucking parent because another parent doesn't follow the fucking law. Your friend can spend the night at my house anytime they want. But if you're spending the night over there ever again, your mom needs to talk to her mom, and I need to know that the mom's going to be there the whole time." Don't bite me. Apparently I'm a chew toy. But yeah, we used to have it where 14-year-olds were babysitters. Now 14-year-olds need babysitters. Well, 13-year-olds need babysitters. The idea that babysitters, the only qualification for babysitter was that they lived within walking distance of your house. Should people fucking remember that? Freshmen in high school used to be trusted with 3 kids. And now a freshman in high school can't even be entrusted with their own 3 siblings. What are we doing to the fucking world?
How much freedom should you give a kid?
What are we doing to this world? Oh, this one is just pathetic. This one's pathetic.
The Illinois Department of Corrections doesn't know how many of its former prisoners are returning to crime when they get out. That's according to investigations done by our sister station, WGN. It's called recidivism, and the DOC admits that because of a computer glitch, it hasn't known since 2022 what percentage of former inmates have committed new crimes. Prison therapy and drug and alcohol treatment programs are meant to prepare inmates for re-entry into society, offers inmates the opportunity to return for more therapy as needed, but few people have done so. Kane County Sheriff says the programs are worth the effort.
We're not charging DOC to do this. We are taking on that investment in the person. They're actually going to save money. They're actually going to keep people from recidivizing. And it's just a smart investment across the board.
State Representative Matt Hansen said the Department of Corrections is authorized to offer follow-up therapy, but it's not mandatory. He says it should be.
So you're telling me that for 2 fucking years, you don't have a system that tracks repeat offenders? Well, no wonder why we end up with a guy on a fucking train that murders somebody with a knife. What do you think about a proper 3 strikes you're out? I think repeat offenders shouldn't be allowed back into society. Well, here's the problem. You're wrong. Because what is the point of prison? And until prisons can do their job, the fact that they're a repeat offender isn't something that can be used against them. That guy bailed out like 14 times. Yeah, you're right. But that's also because there was no tracking. There's no overall tracking system. There's no overall tracking system. Well, about proper psychiatrist decides if they are fit to be released. Why would a psychiatrist have anything to do? Because now, without thinking about the problem, you've just said we shouldn't have prisons. Because Why would a psychiatrist decide if I'm fit to be released if I was fit to stand trial? When did I go crazy? Oh shit, in prison? Fuck. Magnus, you fucking are running terrible prisons. I recommend you download Prison Simulator off Steam. The problem is, if I can put you in jail, if I can deny you of your life, liberty, and property, it means you're competent to stand trial. I think if you murder someone, you are crazy, but yeah, you're right. Why? Why would... Hold on. First of all, crazy isn't even a diagnosis. There is no such thing as crazy. There is no standard to crazy. What there is yeah, murder doesn't even have a singular definition. So, there's not even multiple degrees to it. What's murder in one state isn't murder in another state. There's where we have the first of many problems. Why do we as a country have multiple definitions of what murder is? What homicide is? Also, if we have a system, yeah, there you go. The point of a prison is twofold. The point of the prison is, number one, to enforce that the person pays their debt to society. The other one is to ensure that the person receives the proper education, training, and skills to not reoffend. Now, a lot of people, I talked for the Illinois Coalition Against Intimate Partner Violence, and they didn't like me. They did not like me, and they hated when they saw that I was going to be on the panel. Because I said this: if you, as a victim, are alleging multiple allegations against your abuser, you should be required to go to the victims class for intimate partner violence, or you should have your kids taken away. And people didn't like me when I said that. If you are in a society where you don't understand that both the victim and the perpetrator need rehabilitation, then you're not interested in actually fixing the problem. You want a punitive system. See, right now, we don't have a punitive system that works. We don't have a justice system. We have a legal system. We have a game. We have a finely refined, choreographed dance of defendants, prosecutors, and expert witnesses. If you get sentenced to 10 years in jail, you get sentenced to 10 years. And do you have your GED or high school diploma? If the answer is no, if you get your GED or your high school diploma, then time should come off of that. And you transfer this time to parole. You learn a trade while in prison. You remove gang tattoos. You start getting time off. But if you take the time off, you're making a contract with the state. You have 8 or 9 gang tattoos. You have them removed. And I don't mind the state paying to have them removed. The state's going to take pictures of you when at your release. If you get arrested and you have any gang ink, it's a parole violation. And it invalidates all of the time you got off. You got sentenced to 10 years. You served 5 because you got your GED, you got a trade, you got your tats removed. They pick you up and you have any gang tats, whatever the fuck they picked you up for, even if they picked you up for nothing at all, because you're on parole, you just got a parole violation, you're gonna go serve 5 more. And I know people aren't gonna like me when I say this, but prisons need to be a lot less comfortable than they are now. Prisons, we need to go back to the chain gang. We need to go back to, we're not gonna pay 18 guys to dig a hole. We're gonna have 18 inmates come out and dig a hole. We need to go, like, I walk up and down the highway all the time and there's trash everywhere. Well, we're gonna tether you all to each other and you're gonna clean up this whole side. Well, you understand that the cost of doing that, I understand what the immediate today cost of doing that is, and I understand what the long-term cost of not doing it is. Because, yeah, prison needs to be a deterrent. Now, Chris Rock said this, not me. If you're from a shitty neighborhood, a new jail ain't too bad. Now, Chris Rock is black and he's talking about black people, so he can get away with that. He's not wrong, though. Kevin Hart said, what's the problem with the black neighborhood? You have the cash checking place right next to the liquor store. Well, whose fault is that? People do crimes just to be in prison for treatment. No, they don't. Fuck off. No, they don't. People do not do crimes to go to prison for treatment. People do crimes to be in prison, yes. People don't. The people that commit crimes on purpose don't go there for the fucking treatment. People that fucking commit crimes on purpose go there because they know they can get better drugs in the prison they can get on the street. I'll tell you right now, if you're gonna have somebody in jail for a number of offenses, but you're not locking down the fucking drug trade, I want to know, in all honesty, how the fuck are so many drugs getting into prisons when we control every aspect of the prison? If you were homeless, you'd probably want to go to jail. Yeah. People do petty crimes to get a roof over their head when the homeless shelters don't have space for them. Right. Corruption. Absolutely. The huge part of the problem is you're not getting Rhodes Scholars to go be prison guards. You're getting people who are one fucking bad day away from being inmates as prison guards. Repeat offenders get comfortable or acquainted with the prison culture, but I wouldn't say all that comfortable. No, man, there are a lot of prisons where they're really comfortable. There are a lot of prisons where they are insanely comfortable. Yeah, they have TVs. Have you ever heard the Hungry Inmates? Have you ever heard Andre Norman? This guy, this is how prisons are. And nobody disputes this guy's validity, right?
Man, minding my business, man. It was a Saturday. I wake up and I'm hungry. I said, man, I want something to eat. So I get up, man. I walk out my cell. I walk down to the desk. I get to see a head nod. You know what I'm saying? He opens the gate. I peel into the hallway. I'm walking down the hallway. I stop at the sergeant's desk and give him a head nod. He cracked the gate. I get down to the kitchen door. I pound on the door. I'm like, yo, dude, slide the slot back. He see me. Like, yo. I give him the look like, you know what it is. He opened the door. I come in. I'm like, all right, man. Yo, my man, make me a hamburger, make me some fries. I want to shake, man. I'm hungry. And I'm posting up. Dudes get to work, busy making my food. And I'm sitting there chilling, you know? Then this dude come out of the back office, man, with the white jacket on, talking about, hey, you, what are you doing in my kitchen? You ain't dressed proper. You ain't this. And he just stopped whiffing on me. I'm like, looking at him like he crazy. He's like, well, who are you? At the time, there's a song called Regulator by Warren G. So I'm like, man, who are you? He said, I'm the food service administrator. I run this kitchen. I'm like, he said, well, who are you? So I'm the regulator. He says, what do you regulate? I said, if you go home or not. He looked at me. I said, yeah, I could kill you right now. But before we even get into that, man, you need to just calm down with all this yelling and screaming. It ain't necessary, man. Let's talk like men. All this screaming and shit is for kids. I said, now listen, man, I just want something to eat. You out here screaming and yelling about where you work and who you are. I said, bro, I came through 5 locked doors to get into this kitchen. I told everybody in here, including your staff, what to do, and ain't nobody said nothing. Now you out here screaming at me, man, about getting something to eat. I said, the truth is, if I kill you right now, you gonna be dead. Your wife gonna miss you, your kids gonna miss you. They gonna come get me. They gonna lock me up and take me to SEG. I do like 7 years in segregation, but when I get out of segregation, I'm gonna walk through them same 5 locked doors. I'm gonna come back in the same kitchen. I'm gonna get my hamburger, because it's like that. My question is not, am I gonna get a hamburger? The question, am I gonna get it today? Am I gonna get it in 7 years? Dude looked at me. I wasn't loud or screaming. I'm talking to him direct. I'm like, listen, dude, I can get it now. I can get it in 7 years. I get it now, you get to go home. I get it in 7 years, bro. You ain't gonna be here when I come back. He looked at me and he said, he walked over to the grill. He leaned at the cook and said, man, make him 2. And he ran up in the office and called his wife.
That right there is a well-documented and verified story, and it's how prisons work. Because remember, that guy, he was the number 3 of his gang in the whole state. He made more money in jail slinging dope in jail than he did on the street. There is a reason why they call it the inmates running the asylum. And you say corruption. I consider myself a good man, but I'm not about to be in a fucking prison screaming at people, because I'm gonna be the fucking line of thought of respect everybody, don't let them disrespect you, but hey man, I want to go home to my kids tonight, and I know you want to get a burger, not get raped in the ass, whatever it is on your agenda today. The fuck do I care and this is where you start. What do I care if the animals want to kill the animals? What do I care if the animals want to kill each other? What do I care if the animals want to do drugs? What do I care if the animals want to look at that chomo and I don't want to deal with his shit, so I magically have an upset stomach and I give somebody the nod and I got to go to the bathroom, and when I get back, there's just a dead chomo. There's just a dead child molester on the ground. Who did it? Well, I'll tell you. You know how they get around a lot of their shit? They all get their hands bloody. They all claim they were helping him. They all have blood on their hands. So then when you try to do an investigation, all of the people with blood on their hands are saying, we tried to help him. Well, you know one of them's lying, but you don't know which one. And they're all just going to say, I don't know. I tried to help him. There is a reason why child molesters don't go into general population anymore in a lot of prisons, because they keep dying the same day they get there. There's a reason why a lot of child molesters get sent to specialized facilities. Otherwise, they're going to end up as the next dead guy. Not every person in prison is an evil fucking person. We get those good humanitarian stories where there's 9 of them on a work detail and the guard has a heart attack, and instead of them running away, one of them uses the keys to get his hands free, starts doing CPR. One of them gets on the guard's radio and starts help, help, help. One of them is getting the guy's phone out, hoping that he can call emergency services. And when the paramedics get there, and all the guys just get out of the way and sit on the ground. And a little while later, more officers get there and all the guys are just sitting on the ground. And the one guy's got his hands free. And he's like, I took my cuffs off so I could do CPR. And he puts his hands up to get recuffed up because he's not a bad person. He's just, not every criminal is a bad person. Some criminals are in there for shit that didn't have a victim. I'm not saying we excuse that, but I am saying that, is this one of those things we have to pretend we can't think of a solution to? No, we can absolutely have a solution to it. I'll tell you my solution for prison reform. Number one, in the Common Sense Party. Do I have it up here yet? I'm still working on a lot of this. A lot of these bits and bobs. No, I don't have I don't have the prison reform up here. Number one, we should not allow horizontal or vertical overcharging. We should not be putting people in jail or threatening people with jail for a bunch of bullshit. Hit them with the top offense. Now, possession of stolen property, breaking and entering, possession of burglary tools. Okay. We don't have to hit the person with possession of burglary tools. We don't have to hit the person with possession of stolen property. We can hit them with breaking and entering. But because our system has become an adversarial system, in order to get them to take a plea bargain, because we solve 97% of cases with the plea bargain, and of the 3 that go to trial, the state has a 90% conviction rate. So we overcharge people so that they'll take a plea, but the truth is they end up fucking up their life even more. Well, I'm not against punishing the lawbreakers, but we have to look at why so many people are breaking the law. Unless we're willing to fix both. So no more vertical overcharging, no more horizontal overcharging. If you don't have a bar card, can you get that charge? What? Possession of... yes. If you are in possession of lockpicks, depending on your state law, I can carry lockpicks. I have a perk card. I have a locksmith's license. I got my locksmith license when I got my perk card. I got my security, my locksmith endorsement so that I could open up car doors. Used to make a lot of fucking money around Christmas time just sitting in the mall parking lot. They had my cell phone number and they'd be like, yeah, we got somebody locked out. Okay, I'll come open it. And you walk up to the person and be like, it's gonna be $50. And I'm in and out of the car in like 2 minutes with a blood pressure cuff and a plastic spacer. But if you don't have a permanent employment resident card and your state requires it, just being in possession of lockpicks is possession of burglary tools, which I think is bullshit. Personally, I think is bullshit. So I think we need to do a scrub of the law. The other thing though is when you go to prison, we need to have better people working at the prison. We can't have Neanderthals that are only one step above the prisoners, because how are they getting in condoms? How are they getting in drugs? How are they getting in cell phones? I think that we need to up the standard for certain things. I think a prison guard who rapes a female inmate should be a capital offense. Unfortunately for people, we need a little fire and brimstone introduced back into society. It's really easy. Sexual assault is a really easy one to prove when there's a baby that's a DNA match. That if you get convicted of raping a female inmate, and by the way, so that nobody's confused, a female inmate lacks the capacity to consent to a guard. She's incarcerated. She is a ward of the state. She lacks the capacity to consent. He should be publicly executed. Unfortunately, we have turned prisons into dirty places, out of sight, out of mind. The guy that is... Prison shouldn't be privatized. We're getting there. That's the next one. If a society is going to convict you and a society is going to put you in a prison, then that society, and not a privatized corporation of that society, should be administering the prison. I talk about all the time where I think police officers should, every 5 years, a police officer should get 1 year where they're not a street cop. Going and being a prison guard for a year, takes them off of the street and gives them a different perspective. I also think that we need to take all these bleeding heart liberals and we need to say to them, we're not going to have privatized prison. We're going to have 2 tiers of prisons. You're not going to be getting 3 hours of yard time and an hour in the weight room and 3 meals in the cafeteria where we need to have this massive amount of staff. Because remember, the dangerous time in a prison is when they're out of their cells. Russia, Belarus, they have prison cells that the prisoner literally never has to leave. The prison module is built so that it's nearly impossible for them to get into anything in their cell because the shower is basically hard welded and molded and poured into the corner. The drain is hard welded and poured so that way you drop the module and there's no screws, there's no concrete, there's nothing. It's a sheet of steel that has a poured ledge on it. Their shower is in their room. Their shower is in the corner. The toilet is right there. There is no fucking about. Their meals come to them in a tray. They get an hour to eat. When they hear the fucking bang, they put their tray, and the way it works is they're gonna pick up your knife, your fork, your spoon, your bowl, your cup, your tray. If all your shit isn't on the tray, they're not gonna be in a hurry to get around to checking on you. They're just not gonna bring you your next meal or your next one after that. Well, if they come along to pick up the silverware and you have your fucking missing fork up there, you'll get the next meal. Good, fuck them. These are the rules. If you don't follow them, there are consequences. I don't think that a prisoner should be entitled to any more rights than a member of the military. Member of the military gets told when to sleep, how to sleep, right? Where to sleep, when to eat, what to eat. That's it. If it's good enough for a member of your military, it's good enough for your prisoners. Did you know prisoners can't be given MREs? This shit scrambled my noodle. Tell the story down at Maxwell Air Force Base. There's a field site about an hour away from the base. Well, we were out at the field site and my job was charge of quarters. So I saw the U-Haul truck pull up, and that's the logistics truck. It's whatever you need for the day. Well, I saw the kitchen crew getting out of it, and I walked up and I said, hey, I don't have you guys down for a meal for us this morning. I have a cold meal. And they're like, oh, this isn't for you. The bus with the prisoners is coming, and we have to feed them before they start their work detail. Because there's a federal prison on Maxwell Air Force Base. And I said, I'm just curious, why don't they eat MREs like we do for our cold meal? And the person laughed. They said, prisoner can't be given an MRE. An MRE doesn't meet the U.S. Department of Prisons nutritional requirements. So you're telling me a member of the armed forces serving their country can eat a meal refused by everybody out of a brown bag, but a prisoner can't get that same meal? Where the fuck did we lose that narrative? Where in the blue fuck did we go sideways that is even a reality? We all know where it went sideways. I don't know. Where did we go sideways? Because I'm really interested in where we went sideways. Because I see a lot of places. When we started caring too much about everything, yeah, I think when we started blaming victims For example, I'm going to show, wasn't that rule implemented because aren't newer MREs like beach chauvinist? No, it was, dude, this rule was when I was still active. So it wasn't the kinder, softer MREs. It was the old ones. It was literally the old fucking, I hate my life. Let's see if I can find this picture. Yeah, here's where I think we started to go wrong as a society. Here's where we started going. We started victim blaming. And victim blaming was something for me that really hit hard growing up. And this picture is fucking forever old. But if lesbians can control themselves around girls wearing short skirts, then maybe the skirt's not the problem. I remember the late 90s, the early 2000s was a bad time for victim blaming. She shouldn't have been dressed like that. She shouldn't have been in that area. She should have known better. She should have been in a group. She should have had a boyfriend with her, whatever. Man, what the fuck is wrong with people? A woman should be able to walk around naked in society and not get assaulted. That same woman should have an awful lot of people offering aid because why are you naked? And I'm not saying I want naked people walking around, but a woman should be able to walk around naked and have zero fear of being sexually assaulted. And if there is any words coming out of your mouth about where she's even 0.1% to blame, you're harboring some closet assault, feelings. We lost the narrative somewhere. I still think it's good to have precaution, but yes, precautions. But what should happen, right? A girl was murdered going on her bike at night in the Netherlands, and a bunch of people blamed her for being outside at night alone. Not the repeat offender, illegal immigrant who assaulted the second victim that month. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'm going to talk about that one. So I will be right back. All right, so this illegal immigration thing, this repeat offender illegal immigrant shouldn't even be an expression. I don't give a fuck who I offend. I really don't on this one. If you don't like my plan, come up with a better one. All these people protesting ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, all these people protesting ICE, what the fuck is your actual agenda? Because they are here illegally. They are here illegally. That is why they are called an illegal immigrant. If you don't like illegal immigrant, you're already part of the problem. We don't have a problem saying somebody that doesn't have insurance is driving illegally. We don't have a problem saying somebody who owns a gun illegally owning a firearm. There is a law. Well, it's only a civil offense. No, the fuck it's not. If you don't understand the fucking law, if the punishment for your crime is denial of life, liberty, or property, you are not in a criminal... I'm sorry, I shouldn't say property because someone will say assets. If you are in a courtroom where you can be denied liberty, you are in a criminal courtroom. 8 USC 1325 carries with it a penalty of 6 months incarceration because it is a federal misdemeanor. That is a criminal offense. I need people to tell me why illegal immigration is okay. If you are going to be one of the protesters that says illegal immigration is okay, my next question is, are you willing to give up your citizenship so they can have yours? And unless the answer is yes, then what you're doing is you're fighting against something that both the Republicans and the Democrats have done all the way back in mass to Bill Clinton. Both Republican and Democrat presidents have deported people. Now, is Donald Trump racist? In my opinion, yes. Because there is doing something good for your country, and there is doing something against a group of people that happens to be good for your country. What about compassion and tolerance and love and peace? I have those things for Americans. I have those things for Americans. If we keep taking in tens of millions of illegal immigrants, we can't fix our fucking society. The city of Chicago, Mayor Johnson, is complaining to the rest of the state that he has a $700 million deficit for his school system. The problem is he gave $150 million of money to illegal immigrants, and now the federal government won't release funding to the Chicago schools because they say, well, you owe us $150 million that you fraudulently spent. So who's paying the penalty? Kids. Over what issue? Illegal immigration. I am sorry that governors and mayors think that they supersede the fucking law. Governors and mayors have 0.0% to do with immigration enforcement. Period. It is not against the law for ICE to show up in a courtroom to pick up a person that they have paperwork for. But they didn't get that paperwork from a judge. I understand. But Congress passed a law and a president signed that law that allows them to have administrative law judges instead of sworn judges do the paperwork. It's not like this doesn't already happen in other aspects of our life. Let me get the actual working difference. Because people don't understand that an administrative law judge and an Article 3 judge, which is what people think, your due process, your criminal due process, does not give you all of the laws or all of the protections that you think it does. For example, you have the right to face your accusers. That is, a due process right. In your 6th Amendment to the Constitution, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to be confronted with the witnesses against him. And yet, we have a whole level of court called family court where DCFS or CPS can show up at your door and they never have to tell you who made the complaint. So excuse me, if we are in a situation where American citizens are subject to rulings by administrative law judges, And in some situations, an American loses their protections of the 6th Amendment. Why are so many ignorant ass people protesting ICE trying to get illegal immigrants out of the country? Because they're trying to do their job. Well, why do they wear masks? I don't know. You want a fucking real good reason why ICE agents might be wearing their masks? Because fucking Charlie Kirk just got assassinated 2 days ago, and all that motherfucker was doing was talking. And you want to know why ICE agents might, like, look, man, it's a shitty job. If you saw the movie We Were Soldiers, the fucking Hal Moore's wife screams at the cab driver who doubles over as a telegram delivery person. She screams at him, and he's like, ma'am, I don't like this job, but I gotta do it. Let me stop you right there. Some of those people could be criminals. They're all fucking criminals. They're all criminals. If you come into this country illegally, it is a violation of 8 USC 1325. It's not, if you're here legally, it's, yeah, I'm here. I have a visa. Here's my visa. No person should ever have to be required to, except people that are here on visas. Sinking the boats, yeah. What's going to happen, Europe is facing the problem of, first of all, England is completely fucking cooked. You guys are fucking getting arrested for violations of, in America, what is free speech. Now, yeah, England can't even fly their own flag. They can't talk about liking bacon in earshot of a Muslim because the Muslim finds it offensive. Since the dawn of man, people have died and killed to protect borders, and now some people pretend like it's a foreign concept. Did you know that if this country was just run as more socialist, but not by liberals, this country would be better? The problem is, I'm convinced that the poor people that are on TikTok that keep screaming socialism, 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 have never read Marx, Engels, Lenin. None of them. They've been given 20 words about socialism. Socialism, for anybody who wants to really inflame a social scientist, socialism is an impossibility because it literally uses all of the words out of The State of Nature by Locke, Hobbes, and Rousseau to say why we need a government, except it dismisses one really important line of The State of Nature, and that people can't self-govern. That's why people create governments. Even I caught myself radicalizing due to these animals that come here, since at this point, I can't even call them humans with the shit that they keep doing. I'll tell you right now, we are inching closer and closer and closer to another civil war. And I really don't want to be the person that talks about violence, but I'll get down on the von Clausewitz shit, and I'll say right now, if you're going to be in the group of people who don't own guns, and you're going to keep fucking pushing a civil war, you're going to find out when there's 390 million guns in a country of 340 million people, and half of those 340 million people own 4 or more guns, and you own none or less guns, you're going to find out real quick what happens when one part of the population is armed and one part of the population isn't. There's not going to be thousands of deaths. There's not going to be millions of deaths. There's going to be hundreds of millions of Americans killed in the next civil war. And I guarantee you all the illegal aliens and all the H-1B visa holders, they're going to be dead too. This is not a good time to be a foreigner in America. It's not. It's really not. Just in the past 2 weeks, there have been several murders so close to me, some were literally around the corner from my house, all by illegal immigrants. Right, but rape and murder by an illegal immigrant, you can't deport them because they'll face persecution in their home country. Good. They should face prosecution in yours. I am all for rewriting the fucking Constitution. I'm all for rewriting it where we have one set of due process liberties for citizens and one for foreigners and one for... This is the due process rules for citizens. This is the due process rules for people on visas. This is the due process rules for illegals. I'm all for writing that. I want people to understand that just because I say we need to abide by due process. Do I think we should be able to burn the flag legally? Yes, because in 1989, the Supreme Court said so. I actually have a short form piece of content. I will never burn a flag. I bled on that shit to keep it red. I will never speak to you again. I will never offer you help, aid, assistance, nothing. But I defend your right to burn the flag because the Supreme Court of my country said burning the flag is an expression of your First Amendment right. Do I want them to change that? Yes, I do. I want them to change that because if you feel the need to burn your flag, it would be a lot easier for you to just get the fuck out and go to another country. Find another country that's going to give you the life you have in America that's going to allow you to burn their flag. Second of all, if I am going to be told that you are allowed to burn the American flag, which gives you the right to free speech, but no, you can burn your American flag as long as you have the right permits to protest. I don't know why people keep saying on your own property. As long as the flag is your property and as long as you have the proper permitting to be protesting, you can burn an American flag. It's when it's not your property that's where the different story comes in. But if I'm going to be told people can burn the American flag without penalty, but then a Black Lives Matter flag or a Palestine flag or an Israeli flag is a hate crime, fuck all the way the fuck off. Fuck all the way to fuck back to whatever fucking country bullshit your ethnicity comes from. Because if you can be an American and burn the American flag, but you can't burn another flag because it's a hate crime, then we've lost the narrative on hate crimes. Because then I view it as a fucking hate crime against veterans to burn the flag. I'm talking about burning the flag to incite violence or not. Right. That's why I said, you can burn an American flag at a rally as long as you have the proper permits to be holding that rally. Remember, the way the First Amendment is written is that the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to get a redress of grievances from the government is all one linear phrase, but because our Supreme Court interpreted differently, they interpreted that as the right to assemble and the right to ask for a redress of grievances. It's supposed to be one continuous phrase. It would have to be a pattern of more intimidation to be a hate crime, right? Nope. All you got to do is all I have to do is burn a Palestinian flag and somebody be offended or be of Palestinian heritage, and I can get charged with a hate crime. But if I burn the flag of my own nation, that's never a hate crime. I'm at the point, not shocked if within the next few years. No, that makes absolutely no sense. This is why it makes no sense. If you're an American and I burn the American flag in front of you, you can't claim it's a hate crime. If I burn an American flag in front of an American veteran, that cannot be a hate crime. If I burn a Palestinian flag in front of a Palestinian, that's a hate crime. What the fuck bullshit world do we live in right now? It's not different. It's not different at all. There is no country called Palestine. Therefore, their flag is not on the same level of representation of a sovereign nation that the American flag is. Like, for example, you will notice my background, okay? My background has dirt on what is an approximation of an American flag. That is not an American flag. That is not an American flag. It is an artistic interpretation to make you think it's an American flag. There are not 50 stars in some of the stripes. Just because a soldier feels they have more connection. No. You see, look at how the fuck you don't want to actually have a legitimate discussion. I didn't say an American soldier. I said an American. If I burn the American flag in front of an American, that American cannot file. I didn't say vet. And then I changed it. You want to hear the words you want to hear. If I burn an American flag in front of an American, and I said it 3 times, that American cannot have me arrested for a hate crime. Even though that is a flag of a sovereign nation. But if I burn a Palestinian flag in front of a Palestinian, and that flag isn't even a fucking flag of a sovereign nation, I can get charged with a hate crime in America. We've lost our fucking minds. If your own flag isn't a hate crime to burn, nobody's is. The vet part was the guy in front of the guy who was burning the flag. He didn't say vet was burning the flag. It doesn't matter. In one example, I said, if I burn an American flag in front of a vet. That's what the law says? Yes, that's what the most recent judicial rulings on both the Palestinian flag and the Israeli flag have been this year. If you burn an Israeli flag in front of a Jew, which isn't even accurate because the Israeli flag is a symbol of the state of Israel, not the religion of Judaism or ethnically Jewish, it's a hate crime. It can be charged as a hate crime. But the American flag can't be charged as a crime at all. Where the fuck did we lose the narrative? You know where we lost the narrative? Because we had people stop standing up every day in school saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. If you don't have pride in your nation, go act like a fool in another country and see what happens. America is one of the only nations left that has freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of expression. You have to have hate in your heart to burn a flag. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You have to have hate in your heart to burn a flag. Because burning the flag has no practical value. What value is there to burning the flag? Zero. The only reason why you burn the flag is because you're too weak-minded to be able to articulate your words and you're trying to incite other people. It's not even catharsis. Destructive catharsis will never work. Now, Wolf Agar, I'll go a step where it could be catharsis. If you were an American veteran and you served under that flag, you got wounded, you saw people died, you left America and you burned the flag as the final I'm leaving, that's one thing. But if you're gonna burn a flag today and then enjoy your due process tomorrow, then why the fuck did you burn that flag? You lost the plot during Occupy Wall Street movement, and then the left started pushing gender politics. You're not wrong. Because you could. Right. I want to remind you the danger of the because you could. I can walk up to you and hit you in the face with my walking cane and kill you. Because I can. And if I have better lawyers than the state has prosecutors, it's not against the law. No, that's not against the law. You have a misunderstanding. We don't have a justice system. We have a legal system. If I walk up to you, I bust you in the face with my walking cane and I kill you, and I have better lawyers than the prosecution has, I violated the law. No, I didn't, because I got found not guilty. Not guilty means I'm innocent because I'm innocent until proven guilty. I think that's another nuance the average person doesn't understand. And we saw this as Americans back in the 90s with OJ. He was guilty. They just couldn't prove it. That means he was innocent. No, it means they found him not guilty. Right. And the Constitution says you're not guilty until you're proven guilty. You're innocent until proven guilty. You have to, it's an adversarial system. If the adversary loses, you're still innocent. See, we have people that are running around being picky choosy about the Constitution. We have people running around that haven't ever read the Articles of Confederation. They haven't read all of the documents that led to our Constitution. We have an adversarial system. See, in another country, it would be different. In China, it would be different. Because in China, I have to prove my innocence. In China, when you're arrested, you are considered guilty because the state arrested you, and you are given an opportunity. You are afforded an audience to prove your innocence. In America, they have to win every single time. Remember, in America, in an American prosecution, the prosecutor has to get it right every single time. Every single time they got to get it right. The defense only has to get it right once. Seen a case of a murder get thrown out. Chain of custody was broken. Absolutely no way anything could have been contaminated. Fucking gun was put into a locker, but it wasn't dated when it was put in the locker, but they have logs on the locker. They have logs on the fucking door. They have a guard on the fucking door. Nobody entered during that time period. But because the fucking evidence wasn't properly logged, the gun was tossed. I'm not against that. Because the prosecution has the burden to do it right. And the police are an extension of the prosecution. We have got to remember that we do not have a preventative law. Remember, what do they say in the game I'm going to be playing at the end of the month? If the only punishment for a crime is a fine, then only the rich can be criminals. If the only thing you can do to me is fine me, and I can pay the fine, that's you telling me how much it costs to do that thing. You've got a fucking company on, I think, what was it, Lake Erie, dumping thousands of gallons of benzene into the lake every day. EPA evaluator comes and says that's going to be a $25,000 fine. It's going to take the company $10 million to rehabilitate their systems. So what's that $10,000 or $25,000 daily fine? That's the cost of that's how much it costs to dump benzene in the lake. Well, if we want to stop that company from doing that, today the fine is $25,000. Tomorrow it's $50. The third day it's $100. The fourth day it's $200. The fifth day it's $400. And pretty soon that company's going to be like, shit, in 5 more days. I don't think we lost the narrative in any of those wars. I don't think we lost the narrative in the Civil War, World War I, World War II, or post 9/11. I think wars help us find the narrative. I think wars help us remember who we are. I think America as a whole is a military nation that needs to be at war. And unfortunately, there's nobody that's a threat to us anymore. So we don't know what to do. Because remember, the United States has been at war for the majority of its existence. We were a nation born of war. And then immediately after we were a nation, we had problems. Then we had the War of 1812. Then we had the Civil War. We were still recovering from the Civil War. World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the first Gulf War, the War on Terror, the second Gulf War, Somalia. Base fine in which the fine increases by 1%. However, until a plan of change has been provided, fines stop increasing but will continue to be charged until they are no longer breaking any laws. Yeah. But you got to remember, it takes a really long time to make that effective. If you double it every day, that gets there a lot faster. Look, man, you're going to be paying $1 million. You're going to be paying $1 million a day by the 6th day. Stop dumping benzene in the fucking river. Works a whole lot faster.
The Illinois Department of Corrections
works a whole lot faster. Let's talk about this one.
Can we stop saying slaves? I mean, I'm talking about history and, how black people were treated in America. Using the word slaves, I think we can just stop doing that. I heard this first at a Black Lives Matter rally in Brooklyn back in 2016, and they said, well, when you call people slaves, it means that that's their identity. But they were not slaves. They were people. They were enslaved people. And that's really the right way when you're talking about the historic experience of black people in America. They were not slaves. They were enslaved people. And talking about it that way, the words we use really do matter. I was talking to a well-meaning person today, and we were talking about, the historic black experience within the church, and he used the word slaves, and it just really stuck out to me. And I just think we can leave that word behind. They weren't slaves. They were enslaved people.
No, they weren't, dumbass, because they weren't fucking people. And that's the important part. They weren't people. They weren't people. They were property. They were treated as property. Why are you afraid? Does it hurt your feelings if we call them what they were? Because we need to actually be present with the lens of the glasses. Enslaved people are slaves and has nothing to do with black people. Thank you. Every fucking culture on this planet. Did you know, and I didn't know this, Korea had the longest unbroken chain of slavery of any fucking nation on earth? I didn't know that. 1,500 years of slavery. They weren't enslaving black people. Serfs are serfs. Indentured servants are indentured servants. The Arab slave trade is still going on today. I don't want to go that route because it seems like we're trying. There is still a global slave trade today. Yes. I don't want to say the Arab slave trade because America has as many in what's the term? What's the vogue term? Trafficked persons as is going on in the Arab slave trade. We don't need there is still slavery in today. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely there's slavery. We don't have to mix words. Yeah, some places still have slavery today. America. We'll start here. We'll start right here. America has slavery. I don't want to and the coal miners weren't slaves, they were indentured servants. No, they were slaves and indentured servants. I also want to remind you that indentured servant and slave is same fucking idea. There wasn't suddenly some magical solution because you had indentured servants. Indentured servants, the only difference between indentured servants and slaves is indentured servants were guaranteed the right to be able to pay off their servitude, but many of them never could because they simply could never get ahead of it. Right. There's because there's no real difference. Or they would die. Yeah, they would die. And that's where we need to start being a little bit more specific, because we can't talk shit about slavery if we're not willing to talk shit about indentured servitude. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Sorry, had to scoff down food. Because food is good.
Can we stop saying slaves? I mean, I'm talking about history.
What just happened in Poland? Overnight, 19 Russian drones crossed into Polish airspace during a massive assault on Ukraine. This marks one of the most serious airspace breaches of a NATO country since the war began. Polish air defenses, backed by NATO allies, scrambled F-16, German Patriot batteries, and Dutch F-35s. Several drones were downed, and debris landed in villages in eastern Poland, damaging buildings but causing no casualties. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk called the incursion an act of aggression and warned that Europe is closer to a military conflict than at any time since World War II. In response, Poland invoked Article 4 of the NATO treaty, forcing alliance-wide consultations. Airports, including Warsaw-Chopin, were temporarily closed as authorities raised the alert level. Residents in affected regions have been told to avoid debris and remain cautious. European leaders quickly condemned the violation, with Ursula von der Leyen urging tougher sanctions on Russia. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky argued the drones may have been deliberately aimed at Poland to destabilize the region. Moscow denies responsibility, calling the accusations groundless.
The accusations are groundless. Groundless, huh? Emergency briefing on drone incursion into Poland. Yes, it was Russia. This afternoon, the Security Council will hold an emergency meeting under the Threats to International Peace and Security agenda. Poland requested the meeting in a 10 September letter to the Council, which said the Russian drones that were fired from the territories of Belarus and Russia entered its airspace. Denmark, France, Greece, Slovenia, and the UK supported the meeting request. Under the Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, the anticipated briefer, Belarus, Poland, Ukraine, and several other regional states are expected to participate in the meeting under Article 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, while the European Union is expected to participate under Rule 39. 19 cases of incursion by Russian drone-type objects into Polish airspace. Full assessment of the incident is still ongoing. It's not an isolated incident. Since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Croatia, Poland, and Romania, as well as non-allied country Moldova, have reported numerous airspace violations. I have no idea why the fuck Russia wants to pick a fight with the US. I have no idea. I have zero idea. Russia can't even beat the Ukraine. Russia can't beat the Ukraine, and Russia wants to bring more of the Ukraine's allies into the fight. Yeah, like they want to bomb the logistics center in Poland where all the weapons are shipped to the Ukraine from. You want to fight NATO too? Right. Like, here's... It's the, if you give a mouse a cookie, they're going to want a glass of milk problem. The Biden administration was fucking weak. Russia tests the limits of what is acceptable. Exactly. Russia tests the limits just like a child does. Because this is standard child adolescent psychology, right? Everybody that's had a bunch of kids knows that by the time you get to your 5th kid, you've kind of given up. If you've lived in a good household where the kids all, you educated the oldest and the oldest helps educate, and you have like a true family, tick, 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 tick down, then the younger kids are talking to the older kids. Now, we live in a different world now. Like, my daughter is, my 20-year-old is, shit, it's like 13 or 14 hours away. She doesn't see her little sister very often, but they talk on the phone. They talk in messages. My 20-year-old constantly gets mad at me. Stop being so fucking nice and show them how crazy you are. By the time you get to your last kid, you're like, don't commit any homicides today. Russia is going to keep acting this way because Russia knows nobody can spank them. I'm trying to find a girl that wants many kids because I want to take the time to raise each of them as individuals to see if I can make them all turn out good. All my kids are good. But what else do I have to teach my kid? My kid knows like, my kid in the other room is homesick today because she was throwing up. My kid knows more at 12 than I knew at 18. There's only so much knowledge you can cram into a kid's head. They have to have time to experience. They have to have time to live it. They have to have time to process it. I would not have any more kids. I would not have any more kids. If I had known how shitty 2025 would have been, and the last 5 years would have been, yeah, Russia slaps Poland. Poland says, how can we slap you back? And see, Russia knows that. See, Russia knows that Poland has to go get Mother May I permission from 2 organizations, which they can never get from the UN. But Russia knows Poland has to go get approval through bureaucratic red tape to do anything, because if Poland does anything without NATO approval, then Poland is fighting Russia without NATO assistance. I don't think Russia thought one thing through, though. Poland will body Russia. Poland will stack Russia up. Poland has the capability to hit every fucking target in Russia. Like, if Russia and Poland go into war, Poland will enter, in my opinion, as a neutral, not an ally of Ukraine. Now, hear what I'm saying here. If Poland enters the war against Russia, Poland will not enter as Ukraine's ally. Poland will enter as their own entity. If the UN was a competent organization, they would already be working with Poland without needing to be asked. Except they can't. And the reason why they can't is we set up a world where Russia gets a permanent veto on the Security Council. So, does Poland have nuclear weapons? No. Poland signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which prevents it from getting nuclear weapons. However, Poland is attempting through the NATO nuclear sharing program to host and use nuclear weapons belonging to the United States. Here's what people have to understand what's fucked up about what Russia and Belarus did. Okay? Here's Poland's border. Here's Poland's border. In what fucking world do your drones have to cross Poland's border to hit anything in Ukraine? What's going to happen now is Poland is probably going to strike Russia. Belarus will get stupid, and then that's why Poland's going to enter on their own accord, not as an ally of Ukraine. Because that way, Poland can just body Belarus. Nobody needs nuclear weapons. Nobody needs nuclear weapons because they're a fucking terrible deterrent. The problem with attempting to use nuclear weapons as a deterrent is it's a lot like when a teenager kid pulls out a knife and you say, fucking do it. I'm not even gonna deal with your shit. Because you can always tell when certain kids pull out a knife, they don't even know what the fuck, they don't even know how to handle it. You're like, you know what, fucking do it. I don't have time to fuck around with you. If you're gonna fucking stab me, like what's the line from The Gentleman? If you're gonna stab, then stab. Don't like dance. We're living in a fucking world though where unfortunately I never thought we would live in a world where by 2025 Israel would be referred to as Nazi Germany. I can see that argument unless your enemy is the US or China. Here's why it doesn't matter. Most countries, the only two countries on the planet that them having nuclear weapons is even the slightest remote threat to the United States is China and Russia. And Russia only becomes a threat if they can get more of their nuclear arsenal operational. And China is only a threat. 1/3 of China's nuclear arsenal is no longer currently functioning. Everybody knows this. If anybody fires nuclear weapons at America, you have to completely saturate us. Like Donald Trump making this big fucking bullshit talking point about the US dome and we're gonna build a fucking dude, motherfucker, we already have it. Like, shut the fuck up. The average person doesn't know our intercept capability. There's not a huge threat to America from nuclear weapons. Because the thing about nuclear weapons is that you can blow a nuclear weapon up while it's in flight and it doesn't go nuclear. Russia has 3,000 ICBMs because they know they have to throw about that many at us at one time to saturate our capacity to destroy them. Why do you think we have so many fighter pilots every single day in America who are on alert status? First of all, Russia can't surprise launch. If you've ever been afraid of Russian nuclear weapons, they can't surprise launch. It takes Russia a lot of time to lead up to firing their missiles. They're too far away. It's not that they're too far away. In America, the amount of time it takes, you can't make minute rice faster than the president authorizing the release of nuclear weapons and our nuclear weapons being in the air. I just want you to realize that. Our process is so fast that you don't have 5 minutes to make rice. And if the president wants to nuke somebody, the missiles are already in the air. Russia and China, based on the weapons, based on their missiles. Two different concepts. You're talking about MAD. You're talking about mutually assured destruction. Our missiles can be airborne and hit Russia, and Russia would have to immediately start getting ready to launch. Russia has about an 8-minute window where they'll be able to fire their missiles before ours get there. Russia will never get their missiles here first because their missiles and our missiles are completely different types. They have to cold fuel theirs, which creates a really fucking big fucking image on the satellite map that we have looking down at Russia. Like, what the fuck are they doing right there? And why did all those things just go fucking blue? And they went blue because you're filling them up with liquid nitrogen and making them really cold. I mean, one nuke launch is pretty... No, we don't... No. The mutually assured destruction doctrine is you will not fire 1,500 nuclear weapons at Russia because one missile comes over. Remember, in the statistical probability, what are you talking about? It takes 5 minutes to make rice. Unless you make 1 cup. It takes 5 minutes to make minute rice. Y'all fucking rice heathens. That's not it. That's assuming you've already washed your rice. That's another longer process. If Russia fires over 1 missile, there's a 50-50 chance that the missile they fire into orbit never turns and comes back. That's just the fucking RNG dice roll of nuclear weapons. For those of you that aren't well versed in nuclear doctrine, so Russia's here, the US is here, but the way ICBMs work is Russia can't send them over directly. Russia fires them up into orbit, then they turn around and they come down, and once they've entered into orbit, they then become a deployable weapon system. The trick is that Russia's technology, once it goes up, there's only a 50-50 chance that it turns to come back down. There's only a 50-50 chance that it does the next stage, and there's like a 25% chance it hits the target they were aiming for. The US, on the other hand, we fire 1 missile up, and then we have an undisclosed number of nuclear weapons that get birthed off of the 1 payload delivery device. And I got to be careful where I go with that. But Russia is never going to nuke us. Russia's never going to try. Because 2/3 of their nuclear arsenal isn't even functional right now. If they try to nuke us, they can't saturate our intercept capacity. So we will just blow up everything that starts to attack us, and then we will say, what the fuck is wrong with you? China's the same way. The problem is we spend an awful lot of money every year maintaining a really large nuclear arsenal. There's no reason to. The United States could fucking stop keeping that nuclear arsenal. And because remember, we can fuck your shit up with Tomahawks and Patriots. We don't have to nuke your ass. I mean, remember, our fucking weapons capacity is gotten to the point we can decide which passenger in the car we want to kill. Like, we've hit targets specifically to hit the passenger in the front seat, And the other 3 people in the car suffer injuries, but not lethal injuries. This whole fucking idea that Russia is going to beat the United States is a joke. Iran threatened an American pilot, and the American pilot was like, send him up, I'll wait. Like, you've got American pilots. Nobody has fucked with us air to air. When was the last time we had any air to air combat? I don't even know when. First Gulf War, maybe? Oh no, I forgot about 2017. I forgot about that. Lieutenant Commander Tremel, he shot down a Syrian Su-22. If Russia fight with the US and nukes are used, then it's mutual destruction. I literally just no one wins, everyone loses. No, let me say it again in the back for the people that didn't hear it. Russia has no capacity to deploy nuclear weapons in a significant enough number that America is threatened. Intelligence reports show that Russia's nuclear arsenal is down to less than 1/3 operational. Even if they fire every nuclear weapon that they have, they can't saturate our intercept capacity. That's why Russia had to maintain so many missiles. Yes, we have nuclear submarines that have Trident nuclear weapons. We can nuke you from the Air Force, from missiles, or from subs. We have 3 different ways to deploy nuclear weapons. Russia has submarines that could, in theory, carry nuclear weapons, except the US Navy knows where they are at all times, generally following them around out of curiosity. What's this Russian sub doing? The Russians have no idea the Americans are there. And I want to remind people what Russia's bump in their mouth and China's bump in their mouth did. For those of you that aren't aware, I'd like it to introduce you to an old friend of mine. I personally like this particular. I like Old Girl. Old Girl was a wonderful thing. This is the F-22 Raptor. This is the most fucked up piece of American technology in the air today. There is no fucking plane on Earth that can engage an F-22. Zero. None. No, China, Russia, nobody. There is an actual US law that prevents us from selling the Raptor even to our allies. This plane is so fucking nasty. We were gonna buy 400 of them. And then we found out we rushed this plane through development because we believed that Russia and China were on their way to having a 6th gen fighter. I'm sorry, a 5th gen fighter. So we were like, oh shit, we've fallen behind in the arms race. So we fucking blitzed out the F-22. And now we realize, holy fuck. That's why we cut over 250 of them out of the procurement budget. Because we don't want to race through our next one. All these other countries are talking about building 6th gen fighter, 6th gen fighter this, 6th gen fighter that. We're building fucking goddamn UFOs. North Korea has enough nukes. North Korea has 0 nukes. North Korea has 0 nukes. 0. Where are you getting the idea that North Korea has enough nukes? They have none. They've conducted 6 nuclear tests. They have between 40 to 50 warheads. They don't have a delivery capacity to fire them, so they're a threat to us. North Korea has probably between 40 and 50 warheads. I also want to remind you, I don't know where you got your bullshit, but let me help you. A nuclear weapon. Then ask your army to attack North Korea. Why would I ask my army to attack shit? I served for 15 years trying to make sure we didn't attack shit. I got a better one for you. This is the better litmus test. First of all, you don't understand how a nuclear weapon interception works. If a nuclear weapon is intercepted and has not reached its destination, there is 0 nuclear fallout. I want you to realize this. A nuclear weapon causes 0 radiation fallout if it's destroyed. It is the act of a nuclear core being driven due to a controlled explosion and driving in an oversized nuclear bore into that core that causes the nuclear reaction. Now, I'm not going to go into any more details than that. If you blow up the missile before the warhead gets there, the warhead doesn't go nuclear. Otherwise, you realize that nuclear weapons have like a 40% failure rate, right? I also want to remind you that then why Trump talk delusion talks like attacking North Korea all the time? What the fuck are you talking about? When the fuck has Donald Trump talked about attacking North Korea? What fucking drugs are you on, and can I get a barrel of them? Americans don't understand how insanely scary the US military is to other countries. I have to use aliens as an example for people because there's nothing comparable. Yes. North Korea having nuclear weapons is a threat to China, Japan, South Korea, and Russia. In the last term he did. Holy fuck you, moron. I can't handle stupid people. So 5 years ago or more, why are you bringing up shit 5 years ago? Why are you bringing up shit from 5 years ago? There's been an entire motherfucking president in between. Do you not understand American politics? That is why it is a completely different administration. First of all, yes, they have between 40 and 50 nuclear weapons. I also want to remind you, Donald Trump responded to North Korea by saying, if it is forced to defend itself and our allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea. He warned that North Korea will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen if North Korea threatened the United States. And when asked directly if he would attack North Korea, he said, we'll see. Where do you get the idea that what the fuck does North Korea have to fight back against the United States? North Korea is a threat to South Korea because they have a 1 million man standing army. North Korea wishes a bitch would. See, this is where we have the problem. The problem comes... Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me just save my time. You're a 3-day-old account. You don't get to be here. 3 fucking day old accounts just here to frustrate me. Goodbye. I can't handle morons like that. I can't. And nor should we have to, because I won't suffer fools. Sorry, Arby's fries are the best. Astro, you said you have to. Was it you that said? Yeah, Americans don't understand how insanely scary the U.S. military is to other countries. Have you heard the shit people have said about the United States Marine Corps? One of the Japanese generals said it would take 1 million men and 1,000 years for them to conquer this island. The Marines said, hold my fucking beer. They did it in 3 days with 400 men. The German soldiers were so terrified of the US Marines, they literally thought a portal to hell had opened, and that's what was fighting for America. Hence the name Devil Dogs. Quantity does not always beat quality. Correct. What do I think of Canada and Spain canceling their F-35 contracts? I think Canada and Spain are dumb for canceling their F-35 contracts because they canceled the military contract in response to being upset with America politically. And you already fucking paid your fair share for us to develop it. All they did was cancel the procurement part of the contract. They were already part of the research fund. So thanks, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a really big I also mistrust the military competence of any country that spends more money on parades and regiments than their standing military force. Yes. I'm gonna teach you guys a really important thing so that you can yell at your congressman. So in the military, there's always two parts. There's the R&D of an item, and there is the we'll say the procurement. I'll say the production and procurement. This is the piece that's really, it's not billions of dollars in losses. It's not billions in losses. Here's why. They already paid to do the R&D part, so we already got their money. They gave us money to do the R&D, and so now we're not selling them weapons. Okay. And we don't lose anything. You got to make sure that you don't exchange losing money with not making money. Who gives a shit? Now we fill our needs first and we don't fill theirs. And the government, remember, the US government doesn't make any money when we sell military hardware. Boeing just doesn't make money. But anyway, say this item takes $1 million in R&D and you're going to make 1 million of them. That means the R&D is $1 per item you buy. If all of a sudden you decide to only buy 500K, then the R&D is $2. If you decide to only buy one, the R&D is $1 million on that one unit. R&D is 95% of the cost. So when we decided to develop the F-22 Raptor, and then Congress said we don't need to buy 400 of them because we're going to save all this money. No, you're not. Because each Raptor then that we don't buy only saves the development and the procurement cost, but the R&D cost of billions of dollars gets spread among less units. It was so funny to watch congressmen be like, well, I don't understand why we didn't get more money back when we canceled more than half. Because, dumb fuck, you canceled more than half, which meant you spread the R&D on the other half. It means all the other ones you buy have an effective price tag of more. Sure, it only costs 50 million, but that's not how we expense an asset. We don't expense an asset only on the procurement cost. We have an R&D line and a procurement line and a total line. All you did was shave the middle line, not the total line. That's why our congressmen are fucking dumb. But as far as Spain canceling their contract, that's cool. There was a reason why they wanted it in the first place. If Spain wants to spend more money long term supporting other airframes, Go for it. Go for it. What'd they decide to buy instead of the F-35? Oh, they're going with the Eurofighter Typhoon? They'll be back. Yeah, they don't have a clear replacement for the AV-8B Harrier? Yeah. So Spain has decided to not go with the F-35, to go with a different plane, and now that plane... If Spain wants to be weak, go ahead. Now, this is one thing that's going to make me sound like an imperialist, and I understand that. The United States spends way too much money fighting other people's wars. Which is why I said we're a war-based economy. We're a war-driven economy. I think that if other countries want us to go fight their wars for them, then we should turn the United States Marine Corps into the United States Mercenary Company. What is it you need? Do you need air superiority? Do you need naval protection? Do you need land troops? Okay, well, that's going to cost $290 billion. I can't afford that. We can't afford to go then. Well, I have rebels at my door. You should have bought the F-35 when you had the chance. You should have bought the fucking home security system, and you chose not to. You chose not to buy a gun. And so now you're dealing with being the guy that doesn't have a gun. So, give them a high interest loan, treat them like a kid right out of high school going to college. Exactly. Speaking of Congress, is there any viability in paying attention to what stocks Congress members are purchasing and implementing that info into the average person's stock purchasing consideration? I don't know if there's any value in something like that since the stock law was implemented for Congress and stock purchases. Here's the thing. Lots of people think that if they could just copy the Congress people's stock purchases, that they'll make a lot of money. Okay. Well, they're required by law to disclose their stock purchases. The problem is, you need to, one, be able to lose that money. Remember, despite what people tell you, there is a very marginal difference between putting money into the stock market and putting money on the roulette line. Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit. If you need that money, the money in the stock market should not be money you ever need again. The money in the stock market is the money that grows and you put your money in certain places. You also can't touch the money for a full year, or you pay short-term capital gains tax on it, which means your money is locked up for at least 366 days, or any profit you made, you pay short-term capital gains tax on. Even after that, the income you made gets taxed as regular earnings. If you need money, and I know people hate me when I say this, if you need money in the short term, get a second job. Well, you know, my uncle put money in the stock market. Yeah, your uncle put money in the stock market because he happened to have $750,000, and that's a really big fucking chunk. He bought 400 shares of something, and it moved by $20. That's how he made $80,000. I'm not saying anything other than stating the fact that in 2024, Congress had an average return of 26 to 31, while the rest of the S&P return is 24%. Right. But in order to make money on that, you have to have money. Like, you have to have an awful lot of starting money, and you have to be able to sit with it for more than a full year. Now, my return last year was 44%. With that said, I'm reaching the end of this particular investment because I think I've ridden the wave at 44% return as far as I can ride that son of a bitch. And so I'm going to dump the money out of that. I'm going to put in something safer until I look around. But yes, you are right. You need money to make money in the stocks. Absolutely. If you don't have money, you can't make money. And you need to not need that money. The average person is better off putting their money in to a money market account. Now, yes, Akarthos is absolutely right. If you have the money and you can sit on it, just wait till the next dip in the stock market and then watch where Congress puts their money. I've been doing the predictive market and making a killing. What are your thoughts on it? I think that, like anything else, there is safe money and there is risky money. The problem is, you're never going to know what's about to happen to the market before the people that actually know the market. You have to remember, some people think that it's an automatic thing when you put your order in for Charles Schwab or Robinhood. No, you're sending in a request for a trade. Somebody there has to execute your trade. If there's shit happening in the market at the time, they're not worried about your $80,000. They're worried about their block of 800 million. If somebody can get around to processing your trade, great. What was that big deal people had with Robinhood? Robinhood's traders couldn't keep up, so they literally turned off the app. I think that the people who have made money with Bitcoin after spending years looking at Bitcoin, I tip my hat to them. I say, well played, good sir. Well played. I personally would never trust a weekend with, people don't realize that a trading house will do the same thing. Exactly. I missed a $30,000 profit a couple of years ago. Yeah, if they don't have the money to cover it, they can't do it. Exactly. If they can't cover the buy for you, because ultimately what you're saying is, I want you to buy this for me. And you're like, okay, but I gave you money. And what they don't tell you is, yeah, you gave us money a week ago, but we spent it. We owe that money to you. But if you read the contract, they don't need to be able to instantly execute a trade based on money you've given them. Which again, I'm not interested in charging rich people more taxes if we still have that level of bullshit. What is it in most trade? We have 48 hours to attempt to execute your trade. You think the fucking market sits around it? That's what I fucked myself on. I did a specific dollar amount sell, not a not an above this price sell. And since the stock market dipped so quick, I thought I had sold like 500 shares of Disney stock. I went back in to put my money back into Disney, and I was like, where the fuck's my money? And I looked, and the order was still pending. Nobody wanted to buy at 181.91. By the time I put the order in, the number had already dipped. Yeah, it's a limit order. You don't want to do a limit order. You want to do it above this. The problem with an above this order is you got to stage it right. Otherwise, the company will look at it and be like, oh, above 175. I'll do it at 175. We'll make $6 a share real quick. And it's the price you pay. There are lots of people that made a shit ton of money on Bitcoin. There's also a lot of people right now. Oh yeah, if I could go back in time and do a Bitcoin mining operation, oh fuck yeah, I would go back in time and do that. I would run around to all the fucking Magic tournaments where they were paying people in Bitcoin, giving them a jump drive with a Bitcoin on it. I would run around to all those Magic tournaments, and as soon as before they even got their prize, they'll be like, $25, I'll give you $50 for it. I'll give you $50 for the drive right now. Boop, boop, give me that. Give me that shit. I have no hate for the people that made a bunch of money. I don't trust it. But it kind of goes back to what I said earlier in the show as I wind up today. I'm not interested in being stupid rich if the risk is I'll ever be stupid poor. I'm more than happy to take safe bets because I decided after being poor, right? I never want to be that again. Well, wouldn't you like to be able to do X, Y, and Z? Why? I own my house. I don't have any debt. This year I'm going on 3 different vacations. I'm happy with that. Bipartisan politics is ripping this country apart, and the only reason it still exists is because people abuse division of money. People abuse division for money. Bipartisan politics is ripping the country apart. Yes. The only reason it still exists is because people abuse division. No, I don't agree with the second point of your statement. I agree with the first. Bipartisan politics is ripping the country apart. Yes. Because you literally have a my way or the highway. You're either a Republican or a Democrat. You're either a liberal or a conservative. Well, the system doesn't account for what if I'm not a dumbass and I'm not a single party voter? Because the ultimate flaw with a bipartisan system is that I have to pick my number 1 and my number 2 issues. And if my number 1 issue is I want lower taxes, and my number 2 issue is I want strict immigration, then it doesn't matter if I want all these other things. A 2-party system means I only get my 1 and maybe my number 2 issue. Or I don't get my number 1 issue, but I get my 2, 3, and 4. Bipartisan politics is absolutely a problem. Now, as far as the only reason it still exists, the only reason why bipartisan politics still exist is because the average voter is too stupid to even engage. When I say something like Jill Stein was the Green Party nominee and somebody wants to argue with me about her ties to Russia, look, motherfucker, I don't care about her ties to Russia. The fact doesn't change. Jill Stein was the Green Party nominee in the 2024 presidential race. And they want to talk about 19 other things. With that said, I am going to get out of here. I am sick. My family is sick. It's the fucking first part of the fall where the kids go to school. They all come back with Petri dishes. I need to bleach my hands because my kid might have noro, and I ain't ever getting that shit again. I will be back tomorrow for video games. I am not covering Ashes of Creation tomorrow. I'm going to be playing Once Human. But that doesn't mean I won't talk about Ashes of Creation. It just means I won't stream that tomorrow. I am going to be covering Final Fantasy Tactics when that launches, because that is my jam. That has always been my jam. And then in October I'm doing Bloodlines 2. In November, I'm doing Where Winds Meet. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale?